ดีค่ะ Good morning, everyone. I hope that everyone ready. So if you are here, please wave your hand. I mean, you can click wave your hand, or you can send some sticker to make sure you are here and go with us for all day long for today. Good morning once again, everyone. I am Most Titchaya Tiwararot. It's my great pleasure to serve you as a host for today, the Regional Trade Intelligence Forum, Navigating Global Megatrends, Regional Outlook for today. And this forum is organized by International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, under the Trade Intelligence Center, or TIC. So over the past several months, ITD has worked closely with the lead think tank from 8 countries across Southeast Asia to prepare the series of the Commission paper examining House Today Global Megatrends. So I think everyone was excited for today to join for all of the decisions that we provide you for today. From the climate change and the shifting trade pattern, go to the geopolitical alignment and demographic change are shaping economic across our region, and Thailand's is bilateral cooperation with each of this country for today. So over the next few hours, you can hear from our 8 countries that prepare the presentation from our researcher, along with the panel discussion as well for today, giving us the comprehensive set the regional outlook on how these megatrends are unfolding and what they mean of the policy and cooperation going forward. So before we start for today, please make sure for now you place the mute already. All of the questions that you have, so feel free to chat in the chat box or at the Q&A function at the Zoom. So please make sure for now you mute already. And all speakers for now, please accept the speaker room for today. We invite you already. Please click to accept to go to the speaker room to prepare yourself, and we will go together. So I will don't waste you the time more. So for now, it's the time to opening speech and opening remarks. Now it's my pleasure to invite Executive Director of ITD. So we'll come to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome Mr. Supakit Jarankun. Please welcome.
Good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Trade Intelligence Forum 2026 under the theme Navigating Global Megatrends, Regional Outlooks. On behalf of the International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, I thank all of you for joining us from across the region. Your presence reflects a conviction that lies at the heart of ITD vision. No country can navigate global transformation alone, and our region is strongest when we move together. Our region faces a rapidly changing global landscape. Climate change, geopolitical tension, trade protectionism, technological transformation, the demographic shift, and the reshaping of global value chains are changing how our economy, trade, invest, produce, and develop. These megatrends affect every country, but not in the same way. Each economy carries different structures, capability, vulnerability, and opportunities. Seen through a single national lens, those forces look mainly like risks to be managed. Seen through a regional lens, they also reveal openings for partnership and collective solutions. Turning those openings into shared advantage is precisely the integration agenda ITD exists to advance. This conviction is what gave rise to the Trade Intelligence Center, or TIC, and this commission paper program. Through this program, ITD has worked with partner institutions across Southeast Asia to produce country-specific analysis of how major megatrends are reshaping their economies. The aim was never to collect separate papers. It was to share understanding of our region, what challenges we hold in common, where our experiences diverge, and most importantly, where our country can complement one another. That is where the value of TIC lies, a platform where knowledge moves across borders, experience is exchanges, and research becomes a foundation for stronger regional cooperations. For Thailand, this offers a chance to look beyond our own circumstances. Our trade relationships, production networks, investment flows, supply chains, connectivity, and food and energy security increasingly extend across national borders. Understanding our neighbors, opportunities, and challenges is about understanding where Thailand fits, where we can learn, contribute, and cooperate. A key message from the country paper is that our challenges are increasingly interconnected. Geopolitical fragmentation is reshaping value chains. The green transition is transforming industrial policy. Technology is redefining competitiveness. Demographic change is reshaping labor markets. Each create pressure for individual countries and equally reason to act together. So the question is not only how can each country respond, but how can we as a region respond together. This is the role we envision for the TIC, not merely a place to share reports, but a platform for regional dialogue, knowledge exchange, and cooperation. Our partners have not only analyzed the megatrends facing their economies, but identified concrete area of cooperation, allowing us to move from knowledge to action. Research tells us what is changing. Dialogue helps us understand what it means. Cooperation determines what we can build together. To our partner institutions and researchers, your contribution has gone well beyond research. You have shared your perspective, your experiences, and your ideas for cooperations, helping us see our region not as separate economies, but as an interconnected community with different strengths and shared interests. For this, we are so very grateful. The Commission Paper Program is a clear example of the regional integration ITD is committed to, and I hope today's forum becomes the beginning of new conversations, partnerships, and area of cooperation. Let us move from understanding our region to connecting our region and ultimately to build opportunities together. Once again, my sincere thanks to all our speakers, partner institutions, researchers, and participants. And now it is my honor to officially open the Trade Intelligence Forum 2026. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and insightful forum. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Supakit, for the opening remarks. So, as he said, for the mega trends, it's effect for every country. Today, let's see how each country have some solution to share you by presentation. But for the next one, we will move to the keynote address titled Connecting Mind, Shaping the Region Academic Collaboration in an Era of Global Mega Trend by our speaker today, ASEAN Integration Monitoring Directorate ASEAN Secretariat. Please welcome Mr. Arif Rizki Bakhtia. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Very good morning. So it's a pleasure to join everyone here at the Trade Intelligence Forum. And on behalf of the ASEAN Secretariat, I would like to thank the International Institute for Trade and Development for bringing us together for this important moment for our region. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about megatrend, normally we talk about forces that will shape our future. But increasingly, we can see that these megatrends are already shaping our economies today. So the question for ASEAN is therefore not simply what is coming next, but it's also about are we sufficiently prepared to understand these forces, to anticipate them and shape the outcomes. So let me, before that, briefly begin with where ASEAN stands today. Allow me to share with you some important statistics on ASEAN economy. I think everyone here know that ASEAN is currently the fifth largest economy in the world. So we have a combined GDP of around $4.3 trillion in 2025. And our total trade is also very significant. So it's around $4.1 trillion. And if you look at the foreign direct investment, the region has attracted more than $245 billion in 2025. And then with a large and growing market, as well as an expanding middle class and an increasingly important role in the global value chain, ASEAN is projected to become the world's fourth largest economy by as early as 2030. So these are considerable strength for the region. But at the same time, they also mean that ASEAN is increasingly connected to and exposed to development beyond our region. And the external environment is also changing rapidly. You can see that geopolitical tensions are affecting trade and investment decisions. Global supply chains are being reconfigured. Artificial intelligence and digitalizations are transforming how economies produce, trade, and compete. Climate and environmental pressures are also intensifying, and disruption can now move rapidly across energy market, shipping routes, supply chain, financial market, and consumer prices. So the challenge is therefore not simply that the world is changing, but it is also that many things are changing at the same time, and increasingly they are interacting with one another. So this is why ASEAN needs to think about resilience in a more broader way, because resilience cannot simply mean that we are able to absorb shocks after they occur. It must also mean that we have the foresight to anticipate change, the agility to adapt, and the collective capacity for us to turn all these disruptions into opportunities for us. And if you look at recent development, they already demonstrate how ASEAN is already putting into practice this approach. Um, ASEAN leaders have sought to maintain a common regional voice in responding to geopolitical and humanitarian challenges, while at the economic front, ASEAN continues to strengthen the foundations that allow our economies to remain open, connected, and competitive. So allow me to share with you some example of how the initiative that we have pursued in this regard. A significant milestone is the ASEAN Digital Economic Framework Agreement, or DEFA. So we have concluded the negotiations, and then we are expected to sign the framework agreement in November at the sideline of the ASEAN Summit. Why DEFA is important? Because it represents our effort to establish common rules as well as build a more integrated digital market at a time when technology is transforming virtually every aspect of economic activity. So another major initiative that ASEAN has put in place recently is the upgraded ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement, or ASEAN or ATIGA. So this has been signed last year. So I think countries, ASEAN member states are currently in the process of ratifying this agreement so that it can be put in place and then can benefit our stakeholders. So this upgraded ATIGA will deepen our economic partnerships. We will also strengthen implementations of other agreements that we have, such as RCEP, and also expand cooperations in emerging and strategic sectors, including artificial intelligence, semiconductors, and critical mineral. So these two examples demonstrate that ASEAN is not simply trying to weather global transformations, but we are also seeking to shape the conditions in which our economies can thrive through it. So now let me share with you the expected role of the academia and research in this regard. And I would like to offer three observations. First, we need to move from understanding change to anticipating it. So, in an environment where technology, geopolitics, trade, investment, climate pressures, and supply chain restructuring are increasingly interconnected, traditional approaches that respond after development occur are no longer sufficient. So we need stronger capabilities in foresight, scenario analysis, risk assessment, as well as early identifications of emerging opportunities. So initiatives such as the Commission Paper Program that scholars from the ITD and like-minded institution is pursuing can help bring together country-level research and perspective while identifying challenges and opportunities that require regional solutions. And perhaps we may want to look or be more ambitious. So the objective should not simply be to produce more knowledge, but it's also about how we want to produce knowledge that help policymakers make better choices before event force those choices upon us. Second, we need a more connected and interdisciplinary regional knowledge ecosystem. So ASEAN has considerable intellectual and research capacity across its member states. But then expertise is not always sufficiently connected. So it's spread across borders, institutions, or even disciplines. So the challenges before us do not respect these boundaries. Digital transformation affect trade, investment, competitions, and labor markets, and geopolitical development affect supply chains and economic security. Climate change affects energy, food security, productions, and competitiveness, while artificial intelligence will have implication across virtually every sector. So our research cooperation, therefore needs to become more connected and interdisciplinary through stronger regional research network, joint program, researcher mobility, collaborative data initiative, and sustained engagement between researchers and policymakers. More importantly, we should connect academia more closely with the private sector. Businesses are often among the first to see changes in technology, consumer behavior, markets, and supply chain. So if you want our research to understand the real economy, our knowledge ecosystem must listen to those experiencing these transformations on the ground. And third, academic collaboration should help ASEAN shape, not simply respond to regional and global development. So ASEAN centrality should not only mean that ASEAN remains at the center of regional processes, it should also mean that ASEAN has the knowledge, confidence, and capacity to articulate its own perspective, develop regional solutions, and contribute constructively to shaping the wider agenda. Academia has particularly important role here. So research can help ASEAN examine alternative futures, assess policy trade-off, test assumptions, and evaluate regional initiative, as well as identify where cooperation can deliver greater value than national approaches alone. And perhaps more importantly, academia can challenge policymakers to think differently. So we need research that does not simply confirm what we already believe, but we need research that asks the difficult questions. Things like what are we missing, what assumptions may no longer hold, what risks are we underestimating, and where are the opportunities that we have yet to see. So, ladies and gentlemen, the central message that I would like to leave you today is simple. In an era of global megatrend, knowledge is not simply a resource, it is a strategic capability. So our ability to understand change, anticipate its implications, adapt our policies, and collectively shape outcomes will increasingly determine ASEAN competitiveness and resilience. And as ASEAN looks toward the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, so let us build partnerships that turn research into insight into policy, and policy into action. So we cannot predict the future perfectly, but we can become better prepared for different futures and strengthen ASEAN capacity to influence which future emerges. So ultimately, shaping ASEAN future cannot be the responsibility of governments or policymakers alone. It must be a shared endeavor with academia playing an essential role. Finally, I would like to thank again the ITD for convening this important forum and bringing together researchers, policymakers, and other stakeholders to reflect on our own, on our region's future. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ahmad Safarullah Abdul. So thank you for the keynote. So ladies and gentlemen, for now, we will move to the presentation, our first of the 8 countries. Sorry about that. Okay, we will go ahead for the presentation, okay? Okay, I think everyone was ready. For the first presentation, it came from Brunei Darussalam. So he will present about the climate change, energy transition, and Brunei Darussalam economic pathway implication for bilateral trade and economic cooperation with Thailand. And now he's ready. Please welcome Dr. Haswan Haini from the Center of Strategic and Policy Studies, CSPS. Please welcome Dr. Haini.
Thank you very much. Let me first share my screen and then I will begin. So hopefully everyone can hear me clearly and my screen is showing the right screen. So thank you very much again to ITD and the Trade Intelligence Center again for convening this forum. I share many of the same thoughts and support the thoughts of the keynote speaker earlier by Dr. Ahmad. My name is Dr. Hazwan. I am a researcher and the head of the Economics and Finance Unit at the Center for Strategic and Policy Studies. I'm going to present the Brunei Darussalam Commission paper co-authored with Safrizal Hussaini as well. Just a quick disclaimer, the views of these papers are entirely of our own and not necessarily the board of directors of CSPS and its management. So in this paper, we look at one megatrend, which is climate change. Again, as mentioned in the keynote earlier, there are many megatrends, and a lot of these megatrends are becoming more and more intertwined with one another. This is the same argument for Brunei. Climate change is one of the kind of like the strongest megatrend that actually affects a lot of issues in Brunei or going forward, especially for Brunei's economic pathways. We are looking at what it means for bilateral trade and cooperation with Thailand. In this case, the main message is straightforward. For Brunei, climate change is not just an environmental issue, but it becomes more of a trade, finance, industrial competitiveness, standards, and policy issue going forward. So we appropriately frame this as something called diversification through decarbonization. So it's not one or the other, but we can diversify slowly through decarbonization. There are 4 parts to this presentation because I only have 20 minutes. So we're going to look at some statistics and structure, what Brunei has done, what Brunei can do with Thailand, and going forward, what have we done and what can we do in the future. So from a very simple discussion, again, Brunei has made a lot of progress on domestic diversification. In 2024, Brunei has finally achieved a non-oil and gas activity of more than 53% of its gross value added. So, we domestically, Brunei non-oil and gas activity accounted more than half of GVA. However, when you look at it in terms of external diversification, looking at our exports specifically, we're not moving at the same pace. Goods export in Brunei still remains highly concentrated in the oil and gas sector. Specifically, mineral fuels and chemicals accounted for nearly 96%. So these two kind of like main points are the main points that I really bring for this paper. Yes, we are diversifying, but our income, our external income, external earnings base is very concentrated still. This matters because these external earnings is needed for us to fund fiscal capacity, imports, and this transition, especially since climate change is really, really affecting our economy in that case. Climate change amplifies this because it affects the demand for future hydrocarbon-linked products, be it for our exports, as well as more MRV monitoring, reporting, and validation issues, because now more and more companies are required to disclose their carbon, finance standards, and so on. So it's not about whether we could diversify now, it's whether we can diversify our export earnings to catch up with this domestic change. So we start this kind of like whole study by using a foresight approach, looking at what's happening, using desk base. We identify and look at what these signals mean, and then we look at a plausible futures using a driver uncertainty matrix. So a lot of our PESEL scan is predominantly desk-based, but there is some interesting firm level evidence that we provide later on. So using this, we do a features wheel and we identify a 2x2 scenario quadrant, and then we look at backcasting to see what Brunei can do next. So I won't spend too much time on this one, as we will explain more later on. So again, the main empirical point here, although again, our GDP growth is picking up, again, it's mainly driven by oil and gas. Even with non-oil and gas, technically, a lot of chemicals still account for this. So There is real diversification domestically, but on external exports, roughly around 15 billion in total in 2024, where around minerals account for 11 billion and chemicals accounted for around 3.22 billion of exports. This 96.9% of goods and services, the rest, including services, exports, and other miscellaneous, roughly accounts for 500 million, which is half a billion. So it's still okay and encouraging, but the scale is very small relative to goods exports. So for transition policy, this becomes a vulnerability. Now, in terms of climate change itself and how this fits into the overall thesis, we're looking at it more from a structural point of view. Climate transition kind of affects all 6 PESO issues. Politically, there are already bodies who are affected by it, be it the National Disaster Center, the Brunei National Climate Change Policy, spearheaded by BCCO, and other regional bodies such as the ASEAN Center for Climate Change, which is going to be based in Brunei, I think, Thailand, and other Thai bilateral cooperation policies. Economically, this affects our whole economy because, again, 96% of our goods exported are in the chemicals and oil and gas related products. So again, this affects price volatility can affect this, and also carbon related compliant costs can raise the pressure on firms and the overall economy. On the social side, because of the whole structure of the economy, there is a glut of engineers that are predominantly in oil and gas, and we have to think about future. If we're going to a different area, where will we go? But also there's an increased need in skills for MRV, monitoring, reporting, validation, also on finance, because there's a lot of pressure on now new taxonomy and so on, green logistics and so on. This is a similar spillover to technological side as well, because we're looking at grid readiness, new types of grids, new renewables, digital customs, and traceability, because Brunei is, again, very in its infancy when it comes to a lot of these issues. Legally, there is this mandatory greenhouse gas reporting with sustainable finance and taxonomy again in this case. And yeah, we are already facing and experiencing a lot of these environmental issues with floods, forest fires, strong wind. Especially right now, it's very hazy in Brunei. We have a lot of haze from our neighbors. So the point being said, as mentioned in the keynote, is that other megatrends matter, but for Brunei specifically, we look at climate change in this case because it kind of compresses all of the policy issues that affects Brunei's economic pathways going forward. So as mentioned, we're not really starting from a blank page. There are already a lot of policy architecture. So we have the Brunei National Climate Change Policy by the Brunei Climate Change Office. This looks at identifying quantified targets. So we already have our targets in place for EVs, for greenhouse gas and so on, renewables as well. The more important one is the Brunei Economic Blueprint as well. This kind of highlights what we want to do in terms of our diversification and future economic sectors. So what we're going to do right now is to try to kind of fit in the whole megatrend and how we can work around the current Brunei Economic Blueprint. There's also the Digital Economy Master Plan, which already provide a lot of basis that can help environmental issues such as paperless trade, e-certification, carbon reporting, and so on. And there is also the Sustainable Finance Roadmap from the Brunei Darussalam Central Bank, which already highlights sustainability-related risk management products, taxonomy, and so on. So there is a strategic direction, but I think many countries face similar issue on implementation. So how do we convert these targets into more real projects, more ready infrastructure for firms as well, for firms to be ready for such changes. So this is a gap. How do we prove this gap? So we look at data from, this was a survey done in 2025. It's still very much useful, I guess, in this case. This is a data survey done by the World Bank called the Enterprise Survey. It includes measures on carbon-related and environmental-related questions as well. So one of the more interesting things here that we see is that looking at energy management, nearly 1/4 of firms reported energy management measures during the last 3 years. So that is, I suppose, a positive, but on the kind of like the more concerning side, because this is something that megatrends such as climate change will affect most, is carbon monitoring. Only 2.6% reported monitoring carbon dioxide emissions. So this gap is important because yes, energy management can be adopted to save cost, equipment, but carbon monitoring is more demanding. So this is where we can see a bit of a skills gap. It requires data systems, new reporting protocols, technical capability, and so on. The firm itself has a lot of many firms. There's a total of 150 firms, by the way. I should have put it there. But out of this, 35 offered formal training, 15 has international quality certification, 32 has improved process, and 11% has R&D spending. So these numbers suggest that Brunei has, firms in Brunei, the sample of firms, have some form of commitment to firm upgrading, but looking at specifically whether they're ready for climate change pressures seems to be a gap, especially for MRV, monitoring, reporting, and validation reporting. And this is imbalanced throughout the 150 firms that are being surveyed. So as expected, small and medium firms are the ones that are not able to report their carbon monitoring. And I can guarantee you the large ones that are reporting here are probably the oil and gas or the airlines company because they are able to do so. Small, medium, and large in this case refers to the usual measures by employment size. So small being less than 50, less than 100 for medium, and large above in this case. So basically, it suggests that the cost of transition matters in this case. A lot of the emission accountings, energy audit, management systems are very hard for small firms to absorb. And so it becomes an infrastructure issue in this case. There are other interesting aspects that we found from the survey as well. Around half of firms experience power outages, and about 35% of firms experience internet disruptions during the fiscal year. This new MRV systems, automated energy management, automated like carbon emissions tracking, and so on reporting, they all require reliable power and digital connectivity. So again, firm level transition policy cannot be separated from infrastructure. There's a policy issue in this case. Moving forward though, so that's setting the stage. What can we do? What are the areas and how can we learn from other countries? Thailand, in addition to ASEAN and many other bilateral countries, is one of many Brunei's commercially meaningful partners. But the same story exists for Brunei, for ASEAN, and for many other countries that Brunei trades with, because the structure of Brunei's relationship is very narrow with many countries. As illustrated here, in 2025, Brunei exports around 750 million to Thailand, but from Brunei what Brunei imports from Thailand is only around 123. But out of that, the main exports, lost my pointer. The main exports is mainly fuel. Well, the imports are more diversified. So again, while Thailand's an important market for Brunei, as well as the rest of ASEAN countries, they're very much concentrated. And this asymmetry kind of re-emphasizes these theses that we want to highlight. Brunei is affected by megatrend. Climate change is a megatrend, and this affects a lot of the issues in Brunei because it affects the export, and these exports usually fund this transition. So we have to work around this issue. Going forward, what can we do? And this is an exercise we can do similarly with other countries and other regional groups. What we show here is Brunei's product space. A product space is what a country exports and where it can move forward from then on. In this case, Brunei's export product space is very, very thin and concentrated, with larger export nodes clustered and limited amount of product space. Meanwhile, you can see Thailand's product space is more broader, but this is Thailand's export to the global industry, by the way, so not just for Brunei. For Brunei specifically, we can just see it's concentrated around these areas, but the product space looks at 500 over products. Now, the point being said here, and if we do this exercise for other countries, it's not for Brunei to replicate what Thailand is doing, but for Brunei to identify areas and pathways that is feasible for Brunei to go into, and that Thailand has latched onto as a comparative advantage. So in this case, can identify or slowly identify where Brunei and Thailand can work as a capability partner. Thailand has already productive depth in areas that can match Brunei's diversification needs, looking at food systems, halal value, machinery, tourism-related, digital, and so on. So from a foresight perspective, what we did is we started with the simplest thesis on what Brunei is doing, a PESTLE, and then going deeper into a product space interpretation and how Thailand can fit into Brunei's overall economic pathways in the future. We also did a futures pathways, but I'll go very quickly in this case. The ideal or preferred future for Brunei now is or probable ones is we're going to face more and more external transition pressure, which is, to transition away from a carbon-dependent economy. But what we need is to have stronger domestic implementation. So this is what we call the strategic diversification through decarbonization. In this pathway, Brunei keeps its comparative advantage, but it slowly moves down the pathways that it can latch on to its comparative advantage, but move away from oil and gas. Now, looking at backcasting, what must happen now if we want to achieve this? There's a lot of issues, a lot of actions Brunei can take, looking at strengthening the reporting, monitoring, reporting, and validation, identifying projects that can work around this, while bilateral cooperation can begin with double taxation, some halal food agreement like Joint Agriculture Working Group, and looking at other payment connectivity use cases. Moving on to 2029 onwards, we can move into more scaling, looking at grid power, services exports, and so on. While in 2032 and onwards, it's to consolidate and ensure Brunei is going into that low carbon and diversified export models supported by long-term cooperation with Thailand, especially in food systems, digital trade, and other niche areas such as tourism, health. So this is still very early on, but we're identifying sectors or what we call lanes. This could be also called like marquee projects or areas. The point being said is when we highlight these issues, we're looking at it from what Brunei is stating in its economic blueprint and looking at very broad areas. To go deeper, it requires a bit more feasibility studies, but on a broader picture, these are 6 areas that Brunei can look at with Thailand. Number 1, food and halal chain, looking at post-harvest, aquaculture, agriculture, halal standards, and so on. Low carbon and energy systems as number 2. Number 3, looking at digital trade, customs, and payment connectivity. Number 4 is tourism, which is something that Brunei is actually moving, and which fits the backcasting area. Number 4, Brunei is actually doing Visit Brunei 2027. Again, a lot we can learn with Thailand in this case. Number 5 is looking at sustainable finance. And Thailand's worked quite a lot on taxonomy, from my understanding. In fact, they're very far ahead on sustainable finance taxonomy as well, and we can learn on that. And number 6 is on skills and policy learning, something that was also highlighted in the keynote speaker earlier this morning, which is that a lot of these require skills and academia to be very closely related to what's going to happen in the future. So I'm going to skip that and head straight to the conclusion section. So Brunei has made domestic diversification, advancing its domestic diversification, but its export earnings is highly concentrated. The asymmetry here is that if we are moving, if climate change is really, really going to be expanding, accelerating quite fast, it's become a central vulnerability in an energy transition world. However, on a positive side, Brunei has already a lot of strategic direction on it, and now requires more deeper implementation and identifying what we can do next. On a positive, again, on this, we identify Thailand to be a practical partner for capability building and transition for Brunei. Similar exercises can be done for Brunei to be done to identify these pathways, economic pathways with other countries as well. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aswan Haini, for sharing the valuable insightful from the Brunei Darussalam, especially for the energy transition and the importance of economic diversification and the stronger cooperation with Thailand. So for now, everyone, if you have any question, feel free to chat in the chat box or in the Q&A function in the Zoom as well. While our speaker present, if you have any question, feel free to ask in the chat for us. So for now, we turn to the next one is Indonesia, a country with the significant strength in the critical mineral and increasingly important role in the regional supply chain. So our next presentation will show the explorer of Indonesia position in the changing global economy, including the opportunity for stronger strategic cooperation with Thailand by our speaker, Mr. Dandy Rafirandi from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. So it comes with the topic Indonesia in a fragmenting global economy, navigating global value chain, restructuring and strategic partnership. If you are ready, please welcome Mr. Dandy.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'll try to share my screen so all of you can see my presentation. Please let me know if it's okay. All right. All good? Okay. I guess. Okay. I'm just gonna start by thanking all of the committees and also ITD team that have give us very huge opportunities for us to collaborate in this past couple of months, and especially on really understanding the dynamic in terms of the international trade and investment, but more specifically, what sort of the potential collaboration between two countries, Indonesia and Thailand, in navigating this changing era of trade and dynamics, along with the geopolitical and economic tensions that we are seeing in the world. So today I will focusing on how Indonesia's respond towards all of this changing dynamics, but I also want to explore some of the key opportunities that Indonesia and Thailand can cooperate, especially in strengthening ASEAN supply chains in the region. So let me start with, I think some of the presenters already mentioned about how the global trade and investment are being reorganized. It's basically coming from the efficiency to more security and geopolitical alignment. So this is, as we also know, that have been intensified by the US and China rivalry and other big major powers as well. So policies like export controls, technology restrictions, industrial subsidies are actually something that we see on the newspaper in the daily basis, I guess, which quite accelerating in the last couple of years, showing the fragmentation of the global production networks. What we see, there are actually two big trends in this U.S.-China rivalry. The first one is diversification. I think this is also already mentioned by the previous speakers, but we highlighted this as it's not a deglobalization. So we're thinking that the globalization will moving on, but the the shape of the globalization will change. Some of the firms pursuing China Plus One, which is not which already familiar with all of ASEAN countries, nearshoring, friendshoring, whatever shoring, showing that the regionalizing supply chains is preferable rather than reversing them. And the second one is the return of industrial policy. We have a couple of years ago the CHIPS Act, which coming from a huge budget from the U.S. Government and also Inflation Reduction Act. Although this Donald Trump already postponed it, but also we can also see the EU and China making this their own agenda to revive the industrial policy. It's basically blurring the line between trade, security, and industrial policy. So what we're seeing this is that we have to really make sure about the resiliency of regional supply chain here at home in ASEAN countries over pure efficiencies. And I think from some of the statistics, we can see that the US imports to ASEAN in 2025 actually higher than Canada, for example, the country that the neighbor of the US. So I think this is also very important and very interesting time for ASEAN countries. As I said, that ASEAN and Indonesia are well positioned to capture the supply chain diversification, but there are still some challenges to in fighting foreign direct investment. As I said, the ASEAN share of US imports have been increasing in the last couple of years. You can see that the ASEAN actually can attract quite a huge amount of foreign direct investment led by electronics, EVs, and the growing digital economy. You can see that across the region. For example, Vietnam already strengthened its electronics manufacturing, smartphones, whereas Thailand leads in automotive production, and Malaysia in semiconductor supply chains, and including also Singapore. While Indonesia has a quite distinct edge because we have a large domestic market and also a strategic role, especially in the more upstream sectors such as critical mineral supply chain, especially nickel for EV batteries. But what we want to highlight here that diversification is not the same with upgrading. So diversification is just about shifting the trade pattern, but upgrading is the whole new stories, right? So it's about building domestic capability. It means that without stronger local suppliers and technological learning, we think that gains risk staying shallow. So we want to start with Indonesia's strategic advantages. Obviously, I told you already about how big the population of Indonesia. I mean, Indonesia is the largest consumer market and it's still growing compared to other ASEAN countries. We have 70% working age population, which is a productive portion of our national population. It's still in the face of demographic deficit. I think one of the strategic advantages is also the critical mineral reserves, especially nickel. We have around 1/4 of the global nickel reserves along major mineral such as copper and bauxites. In terms of foreign policy, we also have a non-aligned or bebas active foreign policy, which enable us to have a more active economic ties with many other partners. But however, we do have several structural constraints, such as high logistic costs, compared to other countries in the region like Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, I think Indonesia is still lag behind. But the gaps, although there is some improvements, if you can see from the logistic performance index, but the gaps remain quite significant, especially in outside of Java Island. We also have a low research and development intensity. The spending is only less than 0.3% of our GDP versus other countries which already have 1 or 2% of their GDP. We also have a challenge in terms of skills gap, and last but not least, regulatory uncertainties always been complained by our business sectors. This is some key highlights of how Indonesia's response toward the dynamics of geopolitical rivalry. And this is really how Indonesia tried to capture the most value of investment and also trade. For example, in terms of the EV and EV battery ecosystem, we have this what we call downstreaming policy, which consists of progressive export restrictions. So we restrict export of nickel ore, the raw materials, so investment can actually come in to Indonesia. We also have dedicated EV incentive regime just to improve the demand of EV vehicles. The other part is that on the investment infrastructure and regional engagement, we have some rapid development in our industrial agglomeration and clusters. So we have around 25 spatial economic zones with different fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, and already realized investment quite significantly compared to previous year. And the last thing that I want to highlight about Indonesia's response is that now we are more active and more ambitious in our engagement with the partners. For example, we have several bilateral comprehensive economic partnership agreement that is being underway, for example, with the European Union and Canada, including RCEP and also ASEAN Economic Community. Now going to Indonesia and Thailand bilateral relation, I think this is also a very interesting part because we have several net framework that we can use to improve our trade and also investment relation with Thailand. For example, ATIGA or ASEAN Trade and Goods Agreement, and also RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which mostly looking at the preferential tariffs and also rules of origins that is enable firms that so they can get a more lower tariffs using the RCEP and ATIGA. AKIA for the investment, we do have also investment protection and facilitation, and DEFA, which already agreed substantively on digital trade and data flows and payments. And obviously, we know that Indonesia and Thailand now we are connected for the QR-based system. So if you come to Indonesia or I come to Bangkok, for example, I can actually pay in some of the outlets using my QR payment based on our bank, domestic bank. Other thing is that ASEAN Mineral Cooperation Action Plan, which is one of the ASEAN plan, and also the most recent one was actually the visit in last month, and then we have some of the upgraded trade and investment relations, and also one of the thing is that we want to build some joint trade commission to reduce trade barriers, investment, and some of the sectoral cooperation. Briefly about the trade and investment of Indonesia and Thailand. If you can see from the trade side, Indonesia's export to Thailand has been quite improving in the last couple of years, although the import side is slowing from 2022 to 2025. And as you can also see that the investment part is also moderating. Indonesia's foreign direct investment from Thailand has been peaked around the COVID time, but right now it's still trying to recover to that level. Although Thailand FDI from Indonesia is quite stagnating. As you can see, there are a couple of sectoral imbalances in foreign direct investment. Volatility, indicating investment ties are still shallow. So I think this is really the room of improvement for both countries. So we want to put three sectors that we think that Indonesia and Thailand can complement each others. The first one, I think, quite obvious is that the EV and automotive sector ecosystem, which quite straightforward because Indonesia having the large reserve of nickel and battery manufacturing materials, whereas Thailand is advancing in assembly and supplier ecosystem in Thailand. Some of the constraint we have the standards divergence and investor competition. The other two is that the agro industry. We think that Thailand is very advanced in its agro industry, whereas Indonesia is some of the world resource in food and also agro industry. So we think that it's very complement each other's. Some of the constraints, for example, the SPS measures are still quite high, and obviously the halal and procedures also included. The last but not least is the digital economy, knowing that both countries are really committed to be one of the key driver of digital economy in ASEAN, and both Indonesia and Thailand also committed with in improving the digital services and logistic technologies. So this is actually my last part of the presentation, some of the policy recommendation for Indonesia, and later I will discuss about Indonesia and Thailand. So for Indonesia, we have 4 policy pillars, including the priority actions and intended outcomes. For example, we have to look forward not only on the downstreaming strategy, but also aiming for having industrial deepening, supplier development, special economic zone integration, and diversified manufacturing, and especially on innovation and technology, R&D support, university and industry collaborations are also included. But last but not least, human capital improvement is also very important. Reform in vocational schools, apprenticeships, and also reskilling program also included. So this is the last policy recommendations that we think Indonesia and Thailand can improve in the future. And I already mentioned about the 4 cooperation area where Indonesia have a couple of strengths and also Thailand have its competitiveness. So we think that in some of the priority actions, for example, in agro industry, we have to really look into how can we build joint ventures and also food technology and looking into the climate resilience as well. And for the digital economy, for example, some of the priority actions is really how to implement a digital economy framework agreement in ASEAN, and also improving our payment interoperability. And last but not least, on connectivity and trade facilitation, I think we still have a room for improvement. For example, improving our B2B linkages. Yes, this is my conclusion. So we have this geoeconomic fragmentation, more regionalized, strategically managed system, but really not deglobalization. And Indonesia have some advantages, the market scale, critical minerals, non-alignment, but this is not a guarantee to get more investment and more trade in this area. So the central tasks are really to grab the opportunity especially to improve our suppliers' supply chain, innovation, institutional skills, and last but not least, we have to turn complementary strength between Indonesia and Thailand to have a more integrated and resilient ASEAN production network. I think that should be all for me. Thank you so much. Back to you, moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dandy. So this is overall everything that Indonesia present to you, and this is a very big cooperate together. This is the Indonesia strategic positioning. Thank you very much. So now we will hear from Laos as well for today, Laos PDR. The next presentation explore about the challenge facing Laos PDR in the changing global trade environment and how stronger regional cooperation could help transform the country from landlocked to landlinks. So we're interested. So I would like to invite Dr. Somdet Potisan from Institute for Industry, Commerce and Energy, IICE, to share you about the decoupling and diversification, the implication of trade protectionism for Laos industrial positioning within regional value chains. If you are ready, please welcome over to you, Dr. Somdet. Please welcome.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Can you see the screen? Hello, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right, perfect. Okay, good morning from Laos. Thank you very much, ITD, for organizing this very important trade intelligence webinar. I'm very delighted to be here, part of the research agenda. As mentioned by the MC, my name is Somdet Budisan, together with my supervisor and also co-author, Dr. Vian Samang Tipawong. We are going to go over the presentation for our commission paper titled Decoupling and Diversification, the implications of trade and protectionism for LAPDR's industrial transitions within regional value chain. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay, this slide shows you the presentations outlines. Actually, there are 7 parts that I'm going to go over today. The first part is going to be about the objectives and background. The second part will be about the research focus and research methodology. The third part will be about Laos and Thailand bilateral trade trends. And next, we're going to go over the export competitiveness and concentrations. We're going to also touch upon the regional value chain participations of trade complementary. And last but not least, as the Policy Research Institute, we are going to go over policy response and priority industrial niches and policy recommendations and conclusions based on the scientific research that we are conducted. Now, let's move on the next slide. As you can see, this slide will talk about the background of the research. Actually, this is like a broad term about the background of the research. You can see that the global trading environment is becoming more uncertain. US-China rivalry, tariff export control, and technology restrictions are increasingly risks of geo-economic fragmentations. For firms, implementations is very important. Supply chain decisions are no longer based on efficiency, cost, resilience, security, and geopolitical exposure also matter. At the same time, fragmentation is not occurring uniformly, while some global linkage are weakening, regional economic integrations remain strong. And Southeast Asia has become an important destination for China Plus One diversification as firms seek alternative production space and lower geopolitical risks. Last but not least, in this slide, you can see that Asian China economic ties continue to expand strongly, showing that the regional trade and investment remain resilient despite wider US and China tensions in recent years. But let's go next to focus on a little bit more about Laos. As you can see that Laos is responding through a three pronged regional strategy centered on China, Vietnam, and of course Thailand to reduce vulnerability to external shocks. China played a very important role in supporting infrastructures. As you can see that we have Lao-China Railway, market access. On the other hand, Vietnam contribute through investment, trade, and energy cooperations. Thailand is very important as well. Thailand plays a very important role in manufacturing industry, agro processing, of course, logistic, and export hub under emerging Thailand Plus One strategy. Laos and Thailand have complementary production structures, with Laos supplying raw materials. We export a lot of raw materials to Thailand, especially agricultural products such as cassava, banana, livestock, electricities as well, which played an important role in regional value chain. The last point that I'm going to touch upon in this slide is that deeper participation in Thailand linked regional value chain can help Laos to strengthen economic resilience, reduce exposure to external tariff shock, and support its transitions from landlocked to land-linked economy. Well, this slide going to go over the objective of our commission paper, the research. But the first one is to assess the effects of geo-economic fragmentations on Laos export competitiveness and participations in regional value chains. The second one is to examine Thailand's Laos trade investment opportunities under evolving Thailand Plus One strategy. The third one, also important, is to assess Laos policy response to increased tariff, volatility, and trade uncertainty. The fourth one is to identify industrial opportunities and niches that complement Thailand's production network around the world and strengthen cross-border value chain. Last but not least, as I mentioned earlier, our main responsibility within the ministry is to provide policy recommendations to minister, so that the last objective is to develop forward-thinking or looking policy recommendations with respect to scientific research that we found in this study. Let's move on to the research focus and also research method. So how can we get there to fulfill the research questions and research objective? Well, these studies examine Thailand, Laos bilateral trade over the last decade, 2016 to 2025, and ask how global protectionism and supply chain diversification affect Laos' competitiveness and industrial positioning. The analysis combines official bilateral mechanized trade data from Department of Foreign Trade under the Ministry of Industry and Commerce with policy review and stakeholder in-depth interview. So the stakeholders consist of private sectors and government officials within the ministry. The main quantitative tools, product share and growth, include concentrate ratios and the HHI index, what you call Herfindahl-Hedgeman index. We also use bilateral RCA as a proxy for specializations, and also the Global Loy or GLI index for two-way intra industry trade, so that we can focus more on the trade between Thailand and Laos. As I mentioned earlier, this scientific evidence will be used to formulate the policy recommendations between Laos and Thailand, those to strengthen the trade relationship between each other. Now let's move on to the bilateral trade trend between the last decade, or between 2016 to 2025. You can see that, well, the bilateral trade increased a lot from 2016 to 2025. It was 2 billion in 2016, and it was jumped to 3.55 billion in 2025. So 1.5 billion increase within the last decade. The import increased immensely from 2.1 billion to 4.2, almost 4.3 billions over the last decade. And of course, we import a lot from Thailand. We also have the trade deficit, in 2020 was the exceptions. In this year we have the trade surplus of 241 million. So most of the year we have trade deficit within the last 10 years. So the main concern is not the trade deficit, but we also look at the trade structures as well. So we're going to touch upon or go into more detail with the next slide. So this slide going to talk about the export, import, and trade balance trend. You can see that there are 3 lines here. The blue one is the export from Laos. The orange one is the import, and the green one is trade balance. You can see that the trade balance is fluctuated. Like I mentioned, only in 2020 we achieved the trade surplus from Thailand. The rest of the year we suffered the trade deficit. All right, let's move on the next slide, which is about the export competitiveness and concentrations. Well, the strong gas fighting is the high export concentrations of Laos to Thailand. So most of the export are concentrated in certain products. You can see it from the slide that electricity alone account for 63.06% of cumulative export during 2016 to 2025. And cassava products, raw cassava, contribute 7%, and then followed by copper products, 6.45%. You can see that most of the export product from Laos do not really generate a value chain within the Lao economy. So the top 5 export products consist of 86.52%, and then the top 10 consists of 92.34%. The HHI is 0.41, almost 0.2%, which is very high, concentrated in certain products. So bilateral specialization is strongly focused on electricity and raw materials only. Well, next slide going to be about the export structures and concentrations. You can see that this is the top 10 export from Laos between 2016 to 2025. The number 1, of course, electricity, followed by cassava, copper, and then the 4th one is a little bit good side for us because it's electrical device, so camera bodies and camera parts, which generate higher value chain within the Lao economy. Well, this slide shows you guys the export concentration indicators. So in here, you can see that once again the electricity alone contributes 60%, and then The top five concentration ratio, it's almost 90%. So, but top 10 is more than 90%. Now let's go over the GL index, which is measure two ways trade in similar products. It means that Laos and Thailand support each other in terms of production space. In here, you can see that the strongest linkage are found in toys and sport equipments, followed by vegetable cements, aircraft, spare parts, and so on and so forth. This slide shows you guys the trade complementaries and cooperations opportunities. From the previous slides, you can see that Laos import structure from Thailand is much more diversified than export structures. The HHI index is only 0.0652. On the other hand, the HSI for import is very high. It was 0.4 something, so it's much higher than the import. It means that we import various products from Thailand compared to export. We only export electricities and raw materials. Diesel is the largest import at almost 20%, followed by beverages, vehicle, gasoline, animals, photographic equipments, and so on and so forth. Many of these imports are productive inputs, machinery, and equipment support modernizations, vehicles and fuel support logistics, wire and cable support industrial installations. The next point, we can see that this create a complementary Thailand and Laos relationship. Thailand can provide machinery, technology, investment, and logistic market access. On the other hand, Laos can provide electricity, raw materials product, mineral, border locations, and selected production capacity. Last but not least, the opportunity is to convert this complementary into joint production base. For instance, processing industry, contract manufacturing, supplier linkage, and logistic services. So that these industry, Laos and Thailand, could support each other. This slide going to go over the Laos current policy response. We have to keep doing this in order to make it better in the futures. Actually, at the moment, Laos already has important policy foundation, industrial diversifications objective. We have special economic development zone. We try to improve infrastructures and also logistic corridors, trade facilitations, and also investment promotion as well. We also moving forward to the RCEP implementations. These policies support shift from landlocked to landlink and improve connectivity with Thailand and other countries within ASEAN and of course other regions as well. However, trade evidence shows that the implementations has not yet transformed export structures. Export remain highly concentrated in certain products, and domestic supplying capability, it's not very high, it's very limited. A major implementation issue is fragmentation across custom, investment standards, logistic and skill of our labors. Therefore, the next phase is less about adding new policy documents and more coordinated implementation around priority sectors and firm level constraints. Next slide going to be priority industrial niche for Thailand value chains. From our research, I think it is necessary to identify certain areas. In here, we are able to identify 7 practical areas such as energy link industry, agro processing, mineral based processing, electrical, electronic component, constructions, and industrial inputs. And we also have to focus on logistic border service. And last but not least, we need to only focus on selected import substitute like manufacturings. Energy link industry is the strongest niche for Laos. We we already have a clear electricity advantage that could fit into CBAM policy for European countries as well. This coal should be used as a reliable power attracting process and productions rather than relying on only electricity export. And the third point, it is necessary to focus on agro processing as the second major opportunities, especially cassava, maize, coffee, and fruits. Those products we fully have comparative advantage compared to our neighboring countries. I will go over to the next slide, which is about policy recommendations. We basically need to prioritize competitive sectors within strong trade performance, higher value added potential linked to Thailand demand. We have to use lower electricity costs for industrial upgrading, especially special economic zone as our core advantage. We need to strengthen agro processing value chain through standard, certifications, traceability, cold storage, and buyer linkage. It is necessary to develop Lao suppliers by improving quality. Improving productivity is very important. Certifications and link with Thailand and other countries within the regions. It is necessary to match infrastructure investment with border reform, including digital system, faster inspections between the borders, and better logistic service. We have to try our best to make our logistic more competitive when compared to our neighboring countries. We need to refocus on special economic zone policy on export skill job. We need to focus on the vocational educations in order to improve our labor productivities. Also focus on technology transfers and domestic supply linkage. It is necessary for us to use selective import substitutions while avoiding broad protectionism that could raise production costs. Last but not least in this slide, we need to improve coordinations, market intelligence to monitor tariff, standard, demand change, and supply chain risks. Next slide is going to be the last one, which is about the conclusions. Well, according to these studies, we could conclude that Laos is already deeply integrated with Thailand, but current trade structure remain asymmetric. We still have high concentrated on certain product in our export list. I think it is necessary to diversify, exports and focus on certain necessary import products from Thailand. The second point I would like to address here is that global fragmentation creates an opportunity for Laos to position itself within more regionalized supply chains, especially through energy-linked productions, agro-processing, selected manufacturing, industrial materials, and logistics. And last but not least, the decisive issues is implementations procedures. Lao need to make it stronger in terms of supplying, standardizing skills, improving productivities, improving logistic and border coordinations in order to be able to play a more important role in regional value chains. That it's the end of my presentations. Thank you very much, and all questions and comments welcome to chat box. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Somdes. As I told you, Dr. Somdes said if you have any question, feel free to ask in the chat box as well. So thank you to share us about how cooperate from Thailand with the Thailand and about the industrial positioning from the Lao PDR. So for now, we will move to the last presentation before we go to the first discussion. This is Malaysia. Malaysia focuses on how the demographic change and aging population are shaping the country's trade and economy. So for today, we will hear from Malaysia. Professor Dr. Saidatul Lakmal will share you about the demographic shift and trade dynamic comparative insight from Malaysia and Thailand within ASEAN. Please join me to welcome. Over to you. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen.
So for now, waiting for the presentation for a while. Okay, as we told you, the demographic change. Okay, please welcome once again, Professor Dr. Saidatul Lakmal. Over to you.
All right. So thank you so much. Again, I am going to talk about the demographic shifts and the trade dynamics. And this is basically looking at Malaysia, Thailand, and ASEAN. And this particular paper is basically written by three people from University Science Malaysia, myself, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Shahruddin Samsurijan, as well as Mr. Chi Chong Teh, one of my research officer. So today, what I'm going to do is a bit slightly different from many of the presentations so far, because I'm going to look at one of the mega trends, which is the demographic trends. And I would like to see how these demographic trends actually affect trade. Okay. All right. So there are 5 things that I'm going to discuss today. And number 1 is just a little bit of introduction about how this topic, this demographic trend is actually linked to trade. And then a little bit of facts on trade as well as on demographic profile. A little bit on transmission channels between supply, demand, as well as home market effects. And being an economist, what we have done is we have done an empirical testing using ARDL, and then a little bit on conclusion. All right. So when we talk about demographic shift, why is this particular topic definitely important? So basically, when you talk about demographic shift, it is basically linking with a number of issues. Number 1, you are talking about the labor supply. Definitely, when you talk about labor supply, it is contributing to the economy in many ways. And then it also affects the production as well as the exports, because when you talk about production, labor supply, labor demand, these are the one that is going to actually influence the production and the gross domestic product of a particular economy. And workforce, if you talk about the workforce of the economy, this is also looking at the economic resilience, how a particular economy is going to absorb shocks either in the short run or in the long run. So if a particular country is basically aging, how does it actually build up its resilience to support the economic growth? And of course, with the different demographic profile in a particular economy, you can see that there is a different consumption patterns. The young would require different type of products. The elderly would require a bit more of different type of products, such as maybe more of medical supplies, health product. So then you can see that all these not only affect the local production, but also affecting the import as well as the export of a particular economy. So, as I mentioned just now, when you talk about this particular issue, so what is the thing that we are looking at? So, when you talk about this demographic transition, you can see there are different patterns with different countries. Some countries are moving slowly towards aging society, and some countries are basically moving towards more aged society. So all these definitely have impact, as what I've mentioned earlier. And if, let's say, a country's particular policies do not adapt and adopt to all these changes in the demographic profile, definitely this will have greater implications. Among them is basically labor shortages, higher production costs, low export competitiveness. You have a greater migrant worker dependency, as well as pressure on long-term economic growth. All right. So then, what is the research gap, or basically the research problem that we are examining in this particular paper? So what we have done is we have looked at past studies. And initially, when we wanted to choose this topic, we were basically grappling on trying to find and establish a link between demographic profile as well as trade activities. And to our surprise, there are quite a number of research out there that focuses on population aging and growth. They are also linking it with trade indirectly or directly, looking at trade performance and trade policy. And if we zoom into ASEAN, then we can see that some of these things that are analyzed with regard to aging and trade are basically segregated. They are not one analysis per se. So what we wanted to do is we want to basically look at these two main variables that are aging and trade, and how they are basically different for Malaysia and Thailand. And we would also like to compare it with ASEAN, because we know that the unique thing about this is Malaysia can be considered as a young country, while Thailand is already considered as an aged country, and ASEAN has that mixed diversification between the young and the aged society. So we want to see how all this actually interconnected to understand the trade analysis in the region. As I mentioned just now, why we choose Malaysia and Thailand. So Malaysia, because it's a young country, so then we can see that it has a greater working age base. So we have more working population. But when you look at Thailand, Thailand is basically aging faster compared to Malaysia. So therefore, you can see that Thailand has a greater proportion of aged group rather than the working population. And on top of that, we also realize that there is a lot of similarities between Malaysia and Thailand in the context of ASEAN. So both of the countries are basically major ASEAN trading economies. It has high production with regard to manufacturing and global value chain. And definitely you can see that demographic transition between the two countries. Thailand is already there, is going to move towards super age society. Malaysia is moving towards an age society. So there are a lot of things that both countries can learn, especially for Malaysia, given that Thailand is already an age country, is already aging, and what we can learn from Thailand with regard to their experiences and how they actually manage their the labor supply in terms of production as well as their value chain. So then what we do is we narrate this particular paper into two parts. One is the descriptive analysis, and the other one is econometric analysis. So with regard to this, what we do is we look at 4 trade outcomes. So we look at exports, imports, trade balance, and trade openness. And then the demographic variables that we measure is the old age population share and the working age population share. And our control variables are basically GDP per capita and FDI as percentage of GDP. So maybe some of you might be asking, like, why are the variables so little, and why are we not including more variables? Reason being, when we were trying to find our footing with this particular analysis, we only managed to get hold of this data that is available on the internet, that we can basically gather for Malaysia, Thailand, and ASEAN. So perhaps for future study, if we can get better data, then this would be a much better analysis. But whatever that we have, it is a good start to be able to explain how demographic profile actually influence trade outcomes. I already mentioned this, but let me just reiterate this again. When we talk about why we are looking at ASEAN, so basically because ASEAN has this demographic diversity, and this is the strength of ASEAN, because not all countries are aged, not all countries are young. So we have that combination, and we have, each country has comparative advantage, and we can definitely rely on the population dividend of Philippines, Cambodia, Laos. At the same time, build on the working force for Malaysia, and meet to the demand of the aging population in Thailand, Singapore, as well as Vietnam. So all of these countries in ASEAN has definitely significant contributions with regard to regional trade. This is basically just explaining what Thailand and Malaysia have, as what I mentioned just now. I'm not going to reiterate it again. All right. So now we just want to show some data with regard to population structure between Malaysia, Thailand, and ASEAN. So as you can see, Malaysia can be considered as a moderately young country. At the bottom, I don't know whether you can see. So here is Malaysia, and you can see Thailand is already up here. So you can see that there is a significant gap between the demographic profile, or basically the old age share profile between the two countries. And there's also a big gap between Thailand old age share with regard to the entire ASEAN. So that makes it very interesting to see how this population structure with regard to old age share actually influences trade. So what we do is we look at four categories, or basically four insights. Number one is we look at the supply side. So we wanted to see, and we wanted to basically understand what is the influence of the labor supply, production cost, and industrial structure. And we also look at the demand side, looking at the consumption pattern of every country with regard to certain products. And then we also look at savings and trade balance, and definitely the home market, because this is what is very important to actually see whether each of these countries have that comparative advantage or not. So with regard to supply side, so what we do is we see that a lot of countries with regard, when you talk about Malaysia as well as Thailand, because of the change in the population shift, you can see that the country has a lesser labor supply, or active labor supply, contributing to the economy. And because of this, because of the smaller, or you can say a narrow size of the labor supply, then you can see that this definitely is related to a higher labor cost. And because of this higher labor cost, then a lot of companies, especially small medium enterprises, are unable to basically pay a higher demand or higher wages to all this working population, and therefore we have a number of working shortages, especially with regard to the semi-professional job that we have to take what you call this foreign workers, especially for the case of Malaysia. And due to this, what Thailand and Malaysia have done is, instead of relying on labor-intensive industry, we are basically shifting towards capital-intensive industry. And now with AI and everything, we can see that automation has become part of AI, automation, technology has become part of the drivers with regard to trading activities. And in fact, there are a lot of policies in both countries, Malaysia and Thailand, that actually focuses on making sure that manufacturing companies are moving towards AI integration. So that's the supply side, looking at the looking at the working force that can actually support the economy. The demand side is we look at two cohort. One is the older populations, and then the other one is the younger populations. And we link it with their consumption demand. So with regard to older populations, we see that they are demanding more of healthcare products, pharmaceutical products, medical instruments, long-term care, as well as wellness products. So these are the products that are actually in demand for the older populations. Whereas for the younger populations, we can see that their demands are more concentrated on education, childcare, toys, as well as youth-related goods. So you can see that the analysis actually look at two different sides, which is demand as well as supply. So what we do is we use two theories in our paper. Number one is looking at the life cycle hypothesis. Number two is looking at the home market channel. The life cycle hypothesis, which was introduced by Modigliani as well as Ando and Modigliani, saying that the working age would have a higher savings, but as you grow older, when the nation becomes more age, then you can see this has a lower national savings. And we know, using the macroeconomic principles, savings definitely have a greater relationship with investment. So you can see that these provide a greater, a greater pressure to the trade balance with a lower investment. So with lower investment, with lower savings, it would also mean lower investment. So trade balance is definitely going to be affected. When you look at the home market channel, on the other hand, you can see that the demographic structure of the economy actually reshapes the domestic demand. You can see that there is a different pattern about what is consumed in all these countries. And then this will definitely actually influence what is being produced and what is being imported or exported with regard to fulfilling what is required by the population. So then, as I've mentioned just now, what we do is we have tried to gather data to represent the product consumption of the different age group. So this one is the baby carriage imports. So what we have done is we compare Malaysia and Thailand. Again, why baby carriage imports? Why not other products? And we are also constrained with the available data that we have. And baby carriage imports actually is an indicator of the demand of a younger population. So you can see that with the trend of the demography, with Thailand moving towards age population and Malaysia is being moderate with regard to age population, there is a higher demand for baby carriage imports for Malaysia as compared to Thailand. So this basically confirm our earlier hypothesis, saying that the age population actually influences the imports of a particular country. And then we also try to see another product that is the product actually affecting the age profile, or is the age profile actually affecting a different product? So we use toys and games, and again, toys and games, we try to narrate it in such a way that it is also for the youth and the younger population. Although we know that the older populations are also into that particular consumption. And here you can see that there is no much difference between Malaysia as well as Thailand. And you can see that the demand is rather consistent in terms of the pattern, and there is no much difference with regard to the demographic pattern. And then we look at medical instrument, because remember just now we did mention that when we talk about age population, we assume that the aging population would have a higher demand for medical products, healthcare, long-term care, and more on the silver economy demands. And we would assume that the imports of these products, these medical instrument products, would be higher for Thailand. But unfortunately, when we look at the trend, you can see that it's the same increasing trend between Thailand as well as Malaysia, that does not show much significance with regard to what is being demanded by the different cohort or the different age group. But you can see that it is increasing over time, and you can make one just a simple correlation, but of course it needs to be backed up by a more concrete empirical evidence, like as the population ages, and you can see that will be more demand with regard to medical instruments, but it needs to be verified with empirical evidence. So then what we do next is we try to do to see a relationship between the two population variables that I mentioned just now. One is old age, the other one is working age. And we wanted to see if there are some relationship or differences between the demographic variables with trade openness. So here on the left-hand side is old age population share to trade openness. On the right-hand side, we see the working age population share to trade openness. So you can see that Thailand is the square line and Malaysia is the triangle. So it's a bit truncated, the graph. So you can see that there's no much difference in terms of patterns. Of course, when you talk about amount, it varies because it depends on the population of the country. So what we are looking here is we are just trying to understand the trend. And there is no much difference between trend of the two countries. And we can basically concluded that working age as well as old age population structure has that relationship, positive relationship with trade activities with regard to trade openness. So same thing here, same variables, but we map it towards exports just to see the same pattern. And we realize that we have the same patterns as well. There's no much difference between the two countries. But with regard to the working age, you can see that for Thailand, it's a bit more greater gaps as compared to Malaysia. Reason being, Thailand has a smaller working age base compared to Malaysia. So what we do next is we run our econometric analysis. So then for the econometric analysis, we run ARDL. This is a very simple analysis that we have done. So we do for three countries, or two countries, one region, Malaysia, Thailand, and ASEAN countries. We use the data from 1980 to 2024. So why we use ARDL? Basically for simple reasons, because we don't have to worry so much about the data being having unit root problems and all this, because ARDL allows us to run with mixed data structure, and ARDL also is much suitable for smaller samples, and it's allow us to estimate both the short run as well as the long run dynamics of the variables. In the paper, what we have done is we showed the results of the data, but here in the presentation, I'm not showing the data. I'm just showing the snapshot, or basically the main findings of the empirical estimates. So in the long run, you can see that the decision is separated between Malaysia, Thailand, and ASEAN. So let's discuss on Malaysia first. So in the long run, we can see that in Malaysia, old age definitely affects trade balance positively. And then, but we don't see a very significant effects on exports, imports, or openness. Although we see just now there is a positive trend in the descriptive analysis, but when we run ARDL, it's not statistically significant for so many reasons. And one of them is because we don't have that long stretch of data. And we also, as expected, of course, GDP definitely influences exports, imports, as well as trade openness. In the short run, we can see that aging negatively affects exports, trade balance, and openness. So something that the government wants to further delve into and do countermeasures effectively now, because knowing that as the country moves towards aging population, then this will negatively affect our trading activities, and this would also affect our trade balance. But nevertheless, because we have that demographic dividend of the working age, so we can see that this working age is actually providing a positive impact on all trade indicators. For Thailand, it's almost the same findings, but we can see that both old age as well as the working age actually have positive impact on exports, trade openness, as well as trade balance. So in Malaysia, working age does not have that influence in the long run. And same thing, we can see that GDP per capita supports or significantly influence export, imports, and openness. Short run is the same impact that we see for Thailand as well as for Malaysia. Positive effect for the exports and openness, and negative effect with regard to aging population. In ASEAN, because with ASEAN you have a combination of different demographic structure, so we couldn't find any significant effect of demography on total exports, imports, or trade. So there's no significant impact on that. But with regard to trade openness, you can see that it is positively significant. And short run is the same thing, no relationship in the long run, also no relationship in short run. But of course, in the short run, we can see that GDP per capita definitely influence the trade openness. So this is the basically comparison between Malaysia, Thailand, and ASEAN. So you can see that for Malaysia, we can say that aging does affect trade balance, and the one important component that affects trade balance is the working population base. So therefore, we need to invest, or Malaysia needs to invest on the human capital. And because we are, or the economy is basically relying and depending on the working population, so there need to be a way to actually increases productivity by moving towards more automation or capital formation. Thailand, because it's already there, it's already aging population. So one important policy implication would be how to adapt the workforce to the changing demand of the products, imports, as well as exports. So one of the way is to basically strengthen innovation and move towards a highly value sectors. And one thing that Thailand can basically focus as well is to emphasize on the silver economy activity. And ASEAN, when you talk about ASEAN, basically to take into consideration what is actually happening between Malaysia and Thailand, one of the things that we can look at is how labor can be mobilized between the two countries as well as the ASEAN region, and then how we can actually integrate and leverage on each other's comparative advantage with regard to demographic dividend, the demand for the aging population, and use this different of diversity with regard to demography as something that is to our advantage. So in general, in conclusion, trade dynamics actually influence savings as well as market structure, and this trade dynamics is influenced by labor supply as well as consumption of the different pattern of the economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Saidatul Lakshmal from Malaysia, to share us very insightful detail about the demographic shift and the solution that they're changing, that the challenge. So thank you very much. And now we will move to the discussion. So thank you for all speakers for 4 countries that present before, including the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Laos, PDR, and Malaysia. And I will hand over for this session to Mr. Warapat Ditban, researcher at ITD, to talk about the policy and what they mean about the cooperation. If you are ready, please welcome.
Yes. Thank you very much for the introduction, MC, for the Trade Intelligence Forum today. Right, my name is Warapat. I'm a researcher at the International Institute for Trade and Development. I will be a chair for this panel discussion today. May I introduce our panelists for today? We have Brunei, we have Dr. Haswan joining us today on the screen, and we also have Dr. Somdet from Indonesia joining us. From Laos joining us today, and also we have Mr. Dandy from Indonesia joining us today as well. And lastly, we have Professor Dr. Saidatul Akmal joining us online as well. Thank you very much for joining my panelist as a panelist today. Right, I think we have been listening to a very, very insightful presentations, and also it was a very, very valuable for our regional perspectives. I think we have been also discussing the things that related to the domestic aspects, but I also would like to widen it to be more broader to the regional aspects. So I think I'm gonna ask the questions by countries. Okay, so right, I would like to know from your country perspective, where do you see the greatest or most opportunity for regional cooperation within ASEAN neighbors to build sort of complementary value chains rather than competing for the same investment or seeing each other as a competitor? So maybe we can start with Dr. Haswan from Brunei first. How's your perspective on this? Right, can you hear me clearly? We cannot hear Haswan. Okay, right, please proceed. Have you turned on your microphone? Oh, yes.
Quite a few times in the actual presentation itself. It's when building regional value chains, we always look at complementary capabilities. So what I showed earlier with the product space again, it's going to be natural that there are going to be overlaps, but that's one step with the product space, looking at what countries are good at and where they can fit into others in terms of learning capabilities. But even if countries are within each other's product space, it's about trying to fit into the value chain itself. For Brunei, I think we are a small country. We're not, even with oil and gas, it's not like we are a major producer. So looking at where Brunei can go and looking at beyond economics, just food security, we're looking at halal food chains for food security reasons, climate smart food value chains and other services. Because Brunei wants to go into this area of halal standards, but at the same time, we're looking at our limited energy, oil and gas, and limited investment capacity as well, because we also are competing, quote unquote, competing with that FDI level. So it's about kind of like looking at countries that have deeper capabilities, let's say Thailand with agri-food production, processing, machinery, logistics, and how we can work with that. So I think the question, the point for Brunei especially, or any smaller economy, is not to build every value chain, but to see how we can fit into other countries' value chain. So we are expanding into the area, let's say in the same product space with Thailand, for example, but we're not necessarily competing, but we are specializing in selected higher value segments and connecting them. I can't remember the specific word I'm looking for, but yeah, and for Brunei's case, I'm really kind of convinced that we can look at aquaculture, higher value products, post-harvesting, and logistics in this case. Same thing with green transition as well. I think Thailand I know is so quite one of the advanced countries when it comes to green taxonomy. And this is really important when developing, going forward with this green climate change or sustainable future in a way. So lots of learning points there. I guess another final point that I want to say is it's not about attracting the same investment, but allocating different stages of production. So we always want to think of it in terms of production, especially in terms of our comparative and complementary advantage. So I guess, that's what makes ASEAN as a more attractive production base as a whole, because I think ASEAN, when we try to market ourselves as a region, we try to always say ASEAN as a region, but the 10, 11 ASEAN countries couldn't be more different from each other, right, in terms of our comparative advantage. So I guess this goes hand in hand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's very insightful. Thank you very much, Brunei. How about Indonesia, Mr. Dandy? How do you see this?
Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Right.
I guess Dr. Hazwan already mentioned a couple of things that I also agreed on. How really strengthen the complementarity rather than competition. But I guess my take is that it's actually more political than the economic problem. So it's really up to the countries that really want to develop what we call regional or industrial supply chain cooperation. But I think it's also need to invite more private sector-led initiatives. So I think the government has, I think, lesser knowledge about which countries that it's actually better if you want to invest in ABC and compared to other countries. So I think the government do not really need to reinvent the wheel on trying so hard just to push through some of the initiative. I think it's better to really just facilitate what's already happening in the region, because without any government interventions, I think the regional supply chain is already happening in ASEAN. And I think the biggest homework for the government and also ASEAN as an institution is to facilitate it for the supply chain to have a more trickle down effect and spillover in terms of economic growth. If you see, for example, in semiconductor industry, I think there are a couple of examples that already emerging in Johor and Singapore, and to some extent Batam. I think that can be one of the pilot project that do not really need some like bigger push from the government or also ASEAN countries. So it really organically developed by the supply chain and also private sectors. So I guess that's the way it should start, rather than more interventions from the countries.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Dandy. I think that's a very good point, and I also agree on the government should facilitate the supply chain as well. I think this is also one of the key takeaway that is very interesting. And how about Dr. Somdet from Laos? How do you take this?
Well, thank you very much for the very good questions raised by Mr. Titran. And I do agree with my two friends, researchers from Brunei and also from Indonesia, has already pointed out very important, ideas related to, complementary value chains, they support each other. For my perspective, as a Lao nationality and also as a researcher, I see it is, the greatest opportunities in combining our comparative advantage with each other, so that we could have stronger industrial capability within our Asian neighbors, rather than trying to, compete to each other's. So, as a Lao people, I can see that we have several advantage. Well, it's exactly right that we don't have, gateway to the sea. We are landlocked, but it is the truth that we are located in the central location of Southeast Asia. We have a lot of, renewable energy, so that we can export energies to our neighboring countries. We have natural resource. We have abundance of natural products. We also have a lot of room to improve our regional connectivity. At the same time, countries like Thailand, of course, Vietnam, Malaysia, and other countries within the regions have more developed manufacturing ecosystem, technology, finance, logistics, and access to the national market. So I think in this regard, Laos can support those neighboring countries to help, the natural resource, and energies, so and so forth. And the Lao-China Railway and wider rail connections and also created opportunities now as well. And to move forward from landlocked and lead to other countries. So Laos can be a gateway from China to other neighboring countries and trade partners in the futures. Rather than asking, every ASEAN countries to produce entire products, we should think about, regional specializations within the same value chain. For instance, now could, contribute renewable energies, agricultural inputs, responsible raw material processing, selected components and immediate processing. On the other hand, neighboring countries should provide more sophisticated manufacturing technology because they're already there. They already have technology. They already have, know-how. They have manpower. They have better productivities compared to Laos. So we could learn from each other. Well, last but not least, I could see particular potential in agro-processing industry. And once again, renewable energies from Laos and green industries, logistics, and also light manufacturing. To make this move forward, we need easier cross-border movement of inputs and of course enhance in terms of logistics, compatible standards, digital custom procedures, and more effective use of ASEAN zone of origin and regional communications. Well, all in all, I would say Laos should not try to compete with our friends, our neighboring countries, to become another Thailand or another Vietnam in the future. We should try to identify where Laos can fit into regional value chain, and at the same time, gradually move forward higher activities within those chains. I will stop here. Thank you very much for excellent questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the overall is about the regional integration and how we can connect to each other and learn each other. And this is why this project has been ongoing, because we want to learn and we want to share what we face and what you guys face as well, so that we can build a greater regional cooperation as well. So for Professor Dr. Saidatul Akmal, I have a specific question for you, because your commission paper talk about demographic shift, which is very interesting and kind of distinct from others. So as an ASEAN, but I would like to broaden it as an ASEAN and also Southeast Asia. I think ASEAN faces different demographic trends across countries. So how do you see the region can turn these differences into an opportunity for, I would say, greater economic integration? That would be my questions.
Thank you so much
Right.
for that question. Yes, definitely it's a slightly different topic than the rest of my colleagues that are available here today. But basically, when you look at the different demographic diversity between the ASEAN countries, that's what I mentioned in my presentation, there's something that we can basically leverage on each other. One of them is making sure that we improve our skills mobility. And I think in ASEAN, we have what we call as the mutual recognition arrangement. This is for professionals, and there are 8 skills that are already part of this MRA: engineering, architecture, accountancy, surveying, medical practices, dentistry, nursing, and tourism professionals. So this is a start whereby we can actually leverage and see which country has more dividend with regard to the working population in the area. At the same time, ASEAN can also expand this MRA to include other critical areas, including pharmacies, medical doctors, as well as those in the tourism professional areas. So that is something that we can work on and leverage on the different demography or demographic diversity. At the same time, when we talk about comparative advantage for ASEAN with demographic dividends, there is an important thing that we can look at basically with regard to trade is looking at the investments. So what kind of investments can we actually look into, or can we tie together with the demographic strengths? So we can see just now, example, like Thailand is aging, so there would be a greater demand, greater consumption, greater imports with regard to products that are catering towards the aging population. And then looking at what is happening in the Philippines, that are relatively younger. So what type of investments can we basically pour into these particular countries? So the investment now can also add up, the planning for investment can also add up the demographic strengths of each country to basically reflect the strength and the comparative advantage with regard to the. At the same time, we also know that although we have that different demographic diversity across all the Southeast Asian countries or ASEAN countries, then one important issues or one important concept that we need to pick up is silver economy. So perhaps this is a common concept that is shared by all the ASEAN countries. So this particular concept can be somewhat leveraged in terms of engaging the economy towards that particular long-term care. I think that we can see that there are a lot of institutions now, for example, AKAI, looking at how each countries can learn from each other in terms of training, in terms of providing expertise, in terms of providing the policy paper and all that. Like for example, for Malaysia, we have yet to have a policy on long-term care, but Thailand already have some form of it that we can actually learn from each other and strengthen the concept of silver economy. So I think that's three main points that ASEAN countries can basically leverage and see how demography can actually improve the trade activities of the countries. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is very insightful panel discussion because this is actually relying to what this Trade Intelligence Center means for, because we also would like to learn from each other, and we don't want just everyone to just contribute to only the papers, but we want everyone to contribute to the real change in this Southeast Asia and ASEAN as well. So, right, that's going to be the conclusion for this panel discussion. I also would like to express my gratitude for all of the panelists here for joining me today. It was a very insightful discussion and also presentations as well. Thank you very much, and I will pass it over to the MC for the TIF today, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Warapat Ditpan, to be the moderator for the panel discussion. So everyone can see this is a good impact for everyone, especially for our region, Southeast Asia. So for the next, we will turn attention to the Myanmar, where the transition toward greener and more sustainable industry is becoming increasingly important. So for now, I think Myanmar is ready. We got an honor from the Myanmar Institute of Strategic and International Study, MISIS. Mr. Dun Min will come with the topic Myanmar's Green Industry Transition Pathway for Structural Transformation and Thailand-Myanmar Cooperation in the Regional Value Chain. If Mr. Dun Min is ready, please welcome. Over to you.
Yes.
Okay, one moment. We will
Yes,
share
yes.
the team.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay, we hear you already. Are you ready?
Yeah, very ready.
Okay,
yes.
please welcome.
Good morning, distinguished participants and colleagues. It is my pleasure to present our paper entitled Myanmar Green Industry Transition, Pathway for Structural Transformation and Thailand-Myanmar Cooperation in Regional Value Chain. This paper was prepared with the support of the International Institute of Trade and Development, ITD, under the Trade Intelligence Center 2026, in collaboration with the Strategy and International Study, MISIS. Presentation highlights the rationale for sliding the green industry transition. The trend, Myanmar national response, bilateral cooperation with Thailand, regional value chain, and future cooperation. Slide.
Okay, for now on the screen, show your presentation.
Yeah. So background and the next slide, background and the Russian and the Myanmar is undergoing structural transformation. However, their key structural characteristics are agriculture and natural resources remain important. Low level of domestic value addition, limited industrial diversity, phases of the significant constraint is infrastructure and energy constraint. Technology, finance, and logistics constraint. Climate vulnerability. Economic challenges are increasing environment requirement in international market, strong dependence on regional market and value chain. Therefore, the central question of this paper is, can Myanmar combine green transformation with structural transformation and regional economic integration? Next slide. Next slide, why green industry transition as a mega trend. One important revision in this paper was to make clear why green industry transition was selected as the mega trend. First, its effect on production and productivity, trade and market asset, investment decision, global and regional value chain, energy security, competitiveness, and climate resilience. Green industry transition should not be viewed simply as a cost of environmental protection. It can also be a strategic opportunity for Myanmar to improve productivity, value addition, attract sustainable investment, diversify export and strategic strengthen partnership in RVC, regional value chain. Next slide. So let me briefly explain the methodology used for this paper. The study adopted a qualitative and descriptive approach research method, combining secondary research with primary stakeholder consultation. So, primary research, we conducted KII, key informative interview with representatives from 6 relevant ministries. That 6 relevant ministries are located in the Naypyidaw administrative city. So we went there May 26 to 29 and to make the interview with 6 relevant ministry. Involving approximately 50K formats. We also conduct 3 focus group discussion, covering stakeholders from agriculture, livestock, and related sector and private sector or service provider group. This consultation help us understood not only national policy, but also the practical challenges faced by products, producer, business, and value chain actors. The research therefore combine policy level evidence with stakeholder perspective and sector level observation. So next slide. Myanmar, in this slide, I mentioned the Myanmar economic structure. Myanmar economic structure provide both challenges and opportunity for green industry transformation. So, agriculture remains one of the most important sector because it produces employment, rural livelihood, food security, and export earning. Myanmar produces a wide range of the commodity, including rice, maize, cinnamon, rubber, fruit, fishery product, and livestock product. However, many of these products are still exported in raw or semi-processed form. Raw or semi-processed form. This means that Myanmar captures only a limited share of the potential value generated along supply chain. The manufacturing sector is also concentrated in relative low value activity that including garment, food processing, and basic manufacturing. The CNP system in the garment sector is an example of limited domestic value addition. Limited domestic value addition. At the same time, services such as logistics, telecommunication, finance, and digital systems are becoming increasingly important. Therefore, the market challenges is not simple to increase production. The more important challenge is to move from resource-based and low-value production towards value-added, technology-based and regional integrated production. This structure challenge provide the starting point for Myanmar green industry transformation. And next slide. Yeah. Myanmar is gradually moving from traditional production system toward greener and more resource efficient production. The agriculture, this includes climate smart agriculture and GAP, integrated farming system, organic fertilizer use, and reduce poor harvest losses. Integrated systems such as rice, fish, and dust rice farming are particularly relevant because they allow farmers to use land, water, nutrients, and biological resources more efficient while diversify farm income. Solar power, irrigation, and biomass energy can reduce dependence on diesel power operation costs and improve energy security, especially in rural areas. Renewable energy is another important part of this transition. At the same time, forest conservation, mangrove restoration, biodiversity protection, and sustainable resource management are essential for building climate resilience. Therefore, green industrial transformation should be understood as an economic transition from using resources inefficient toward production more value with fewer resources and lower environment costs. And next slide. The slide is from dramatic change to regional green industry, regional value chain for Myanmar. So, a major finding of this paper is that Myanmar green transition cannot be separate from value chain development. Many agriculture value chain remain fragmented, with connection between farmer, processor, trader, logistic provider, and exporter. Therefore, green transformation should not focus on production. It should cover the entire chain from production to processing, storage, transportation, certification, and final market. Agro-processing provides an important opportunity to increase domestic value chain addition. Fishery and livestock sector also have significant potential through modern processing, cold chain system, food safety, renewable energy, and waste management. Integrated farming system can support circular agriculture by recycling and reducing waste. The salt industry also potential for modernization technology such as improved evaporation system and solar power pumping while reducing pressure on coastal ecosystem. Finally, green supply chain management is becoming increasingly important. This includes substantial input, renewable energy, environmental friendly, packaging, efficient logistics, traceability, and digital trade system. And next slide. Yeah. So in this slide, I mentioned that climate change adaptation and the carbon management CO2. One side is a major climate risk. Another side is another green side is how Myanmar responds to this climate risk. Climate risk adaptation. Climate change is one of the most significant risks to Myanmar long-term economic development. There is food, droughts, extreme temperature, irregular rainfall, coastal risk, and environment degradation can directly affect agriculture productivity and rural livelihood. These important also extended beyond individual sector. Transboundary haze is another example of how environmental issues can influence regional trade. So Myanmar, in this regard, Myanmar is both mills to the Thailand, and that Thailand needs some environmental certificate. And then Myanmar has responded through national policy, including Myanmar Sustainable Development Plan 2018 to 2030, MSDP, and it nationally determined contribution NDS under this Paris Agreement, climate smart agriculture, forest conservation, mangroves restoration, renewable energy, and carbon reduction measure are increasing importance. The key message is that climate adaptation should be integrated into economic and industrial policy rather than treated a separate environment issue. Next slide. Slide 9. Slide 9 is shows the Thailand Myanmar bilateral economic the relation. Transition through trade, the Myanmar Thailand border chatbot. This shows them transition through trade, environment, sustainable development, and regional integration. Recent high-level discussion reaffirmed commitment to enhance collaboration in environment conservation, border stability, renewable energy, and investment, while reacting bilateral mechanisms such as the JC Joint Commission, JDC Joint Trade Commission. Thailand also expects its readiness to support Myanmar agriculture, health, education, and SME sector. As Myanmar important ASEAN trading partner, Thailand plays a vital role in cross-border trade, agro-processing, logistics, and energy cooperation, existing transport corridor, including the Mae-Sao-Myawaddy border, crossing the renowned Yangon coastal route, provided opportunity to strengthen regional green value chain. Bilateral cooperation in climate smart agriculture, food safety, post-harvest management, renewable energy, and green logistics can enhance productivity, increase valuation. Thailand and Myanmar are strengthening bilateral cooperation to support green industry. Beyond trade, Thailand experiences renewable energy, sustainable manufacturing, environment management, offer valuable opportunity for technology transfer and green investment. Consistent with ASEAN approach to regional industry cooperation, stronger Thailand and Myanmar cooperation can promote industrial upgrading, low carbon production, and resilient regional supply chain. Expanding cooperation in substantial infrastructure, digital trade facilities, and green technology will help Myanmar accelerate its great industry transition-wide contribution to sustainable and inclusive regional economic cooperation. The future relation should move beyond buying and selling commodity towards joint production, value addition, technology transfer, and green industry. Next slide. Next slide. So this slide shows Thailand and Myanmar trade investment profile. That Myanmar export to Thailand is natural gas, maize, fishery, rubber, mass, livestock, garments, and agriculture production. And Thailand export Myanmar to its machinery, petroleum product, vehicle, chemical, fertilizer, construction material, and processed food. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. In this slide, this shows Myanmar regional cooperation framework and economic corridor. Regional cooperation provides an important foundation for Myanmar trade, investment, connectivity, and green industrial development. Several major economic corridors are particularly important. The India-Myanmar trilateral project, Trilateral Highway, and Caledon Multi-Modal Transit Transport Project. The East-West Corridor under the Greater Mekong Subregion also provide an important link between Myanmar and mainland Southeast Asia. The China-Myanmar Economic Corridor, CMEC, together with the BIR, supported connectivity, infrastructure, trade, investment between Myanmar and China. Myanmar participated in several regional frameworks such as AEC, ASEAN Economic Community, GMS, ACME, BIMSTEC, Mekong Cooperation, and ASEAN Mechanism. Next slide. This slide shows how Myanmar transport connectivity, Myanmar and Thailand. Because Thailand, a neighboring country with Myanmar, we have been long on the border connection. So in land, we can see the border connection, Myawaddy Mesa. In air, Yangon, Mandalay, Naypyidaw to Thailand. And marine area, Yangon, Kotong, Ranong. Next slide. This slide shows the Myanmar Green Industrial Cooperation Matrix. There's a Thailand and Myanmar, and how will we proceed to the future cooperation. Myanmar's strength is that, as you know, raw material. And for future cooperation for both countries, climate smart agriculture can be established. In fishery, Thailand's strength is processing. In Myanmar's strength is marine resources. We have abundance of marine resources. And then for future cooperation for both countries is value addition. Renewable energy side. Thailand's strength is solar, biomass, and Myanmar's strength is natural resources. And future cooperation for both countries is clean energy. And manufacturing sector, Thailand's strength is industrial base, Myanmar's strength is labor force. Green manufacturing can be established for both countries' future cooperation. At logistics, Thailand's strength is the transport system. Myanmar's strength is strategic location. For future cooperation, we can build multimodal corridor. And move next slide. Then the slide 12. Myanmar face significant constraint. Myanmar face significant constraint. First, infrastructure and logistics remain major challenges. Unreliable electricity, inadequate transport networks, and limited cold chain and warehouse facility increase production and logistics. Second, technology and innovation capacity remain limited, particularly using in MSME. That access to finance is a major constraint. Green technology often require relatively high initial investment, while affordable long-term financing remain limited. Fourth, institutional coordination needs to be strengthened. Green industry transformation involves many sectors, including agriculture, energy, environment, investment, trade, transport, and finance. Therefore, better coordination is essential. Finally, market asset is becoming more demanding. International buyer is increasing require certification, traceability, food safety, ESG, compliance, and environment study. These requirements can create barrier for smaller producers, but they can also become incentive for upgrading Myanmar production system. Next. So this slide shows the policy direction and strategic recommendation. Based on the analysis, the paper proposed a stakeholder-based policy proposed. For Myanmar, the first priority should be to strengthen domestic foundation for green industrial transformation. This includes improving renewable energy infrastructure, developing green industrial zone, agro-processing cluster, strengthening MSME, improving GAP and food safety system, and expanding access to green finance. Myanmar should also strengthen investment facility so that foreign investment contribute to domestic value addition, technology transfer, skill development, and local supply chain development. For Thailand, that is an important to expand investment and technology cooperation with Myanmar. The Thai companies have strong expression in agro-processing, food safety, logistics, renewable energy, manufacture, and supply chain management. This experience can support Myanmar industry upgrading. For joint Thailand and Myanmar cooperation, the priority should be to move beyond traditional product toward integrated green value chain. This could include sustainable agro processing, renewable energy, green logistics, coaching system, digital custom, multinational transport, and cross-border industry cooperation. The renowned Yangon maritime connection can complement existing land corridor and strengthening logistic resilience. Local currency settlement mechanism can also support trade efficient and transition costs. For ASEAN and development partners, both should focus on green finance, technology, transfer, technical standard capacity building, and climate adaptation and regional connectivity. In order to look forward 2030, the objective should be to establish more resilient low carbon technology, low carbon technology enable and regional integrated value chain. The last slide 14. To conclude, I would like to emphasize three key messages. First message is green industry transition should not be industrial only as an environmental agenda for Myanmar. It is also strategy for economic modernization, industrial upgrading, export diversification, investment attraction, and climate resilience. Second, value chain development is essential. Myanmar needs to move progressively from exporting raw material to what processing value addition, high quality product, and stronger participation in regional global value chain, regional and global value chain. Third, Thailand-Myanmar cooperation provides an important platform for this transformation. Myanmar can contribute agricultural resources, natural resources, labor, and geographic connectivity, while Thailand can contribute technology, investment, manufacturing capability, logistics, and market networks. Therefore, the future of bilateral cooperation should increasingly focus on green industry, substantial value chain, renewable energy, green logistics, digital trade, climate smart agriculture, and substantial investment. Ultimately, Myanmar green industry transition will require a combination of domestic reform and regional cooperation. With stronger policy coordination, investment technology transfer, infrastructure, and human capital development, Myanmar can gradually build a more resilient, competitive, low carbon, and inclusive economy. So thank you very much. So my presentation is completed here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tun Min from the Myanmar to share the perspective of the Myanmar's green transition. So the next we will move to the Philippines when the climate change is a huge effect. So for now we will hear from the Philippines about how climate change is affect trading between Philippines and Thailand and how the two countries can work together toward the greener future. For this topic, trading under pressure, climate vulnerability, supply chain concentration, and the green industrialization imperative in Philippines-Thailand economic relation. Please welcome Mr. Mark Anthony A. Barrow.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, good day, everyone. So, thank you to the ITD and the Intelligence Forum for having me. So, my paper is titled Trading Under Pressure, Climate Vulnerability, Supply Chain Concentration, and the Green Industrialization Imperative in the Philippines Thailand Economic Relations. So basically, it asks a deceptively simple question: what happens to trade between two neighboring climate vulnerable economies, the Philippines and Thailand, as climate change intensifies? So the short answer to this, which I'll spend the next 15 to 20 minutes unpacking, is that climate and trade are locked in a two-way relationship. Climate change reshapes what these countries can competitively trade, and at the same time, the structure of their trade feeds back into their climate vulnerability. So, understanding that loop and acting on it is the heart of this paper. Okay, so let me start with the two real episodes that frame everything. So, in July 2023, on the left, India banned non-basmati rice exports. That's a single policy decision driven partly by domestic climate pressure. pulled about a tenth of global rice trade off the market and sent world prices to their highest level since 2008. And the Philippines imports most of its rice from Vietnam, not India, but the shock still cascaded. So Thai and Vietnamese prices rose about 20%. Philippine rice inflation hit 8.7%, and the government had to impose price ceilings. That's climate amplified policy in one country, becoming a food security shock in another. And that's climate disrupting trade. So on the right, the arrow runs the other way. The Philippines exporting economy is overwhelmingly electronics, powered by a grid that still leans on imported fossil fuels. And factories and BPO offices are concentrated in exactly the flood-prone corridors that typhoons hit. So the very structure of what the Philippines trades generates emissions and sits in harm's way. So trading is shaping climate exposure. And we have been experiencing this for the past weeks or I think months already. And to this day, some establishments still cannot function or are not operating because of the flood. So two directions, and that duality is the paper's core idea. So the paper asks two questions in tandem. So question one is the familiar direction. How does climate change disrupt trade between the Philippines and Thailand? And importantly, not just in goods, but across trade channels. We have included here the goods trade, digital deliverable services like IT BPM, and non-digital cross-border services like tourism and logistics. And question two is the one that's usually missed. So, how does the structure of the trade, the sectors, the industrial geography, the energy systems generate the emissions and ecological pressures that then intensifies climate vulnerability? So, climate and trade, each reshaping the other. So we stand on three bodies of work. First, we have the Twin Transition Framework, which treats green and digital change as one joined up problem. Then we have the Megatrends framing, where climate is the multiplier that amplifies other trend, and the standard trade economics, which gives us the measurement tools, which we will see in a moment. So here's the map for the next 15 minutes or 15 or so. We structured the whole paper as five four set questions. Uh, First, what seems to be happening? The empirical picture, which we deliberately read across all the six peso dimensions, not just economics. The second, what is really happening? And this is where our four quantitative tools do the work. So we have the revealed comparative advantage, concentration indices, trade and value added, and input output analysis. Then the third, what might happen, we use the futures wheel to trace three scenarios forward. And fourth and fifth, what we might need to do and what we will do. So the policy architecture and a phrased, honest roadmap. So I'll work the same pattern. So let's start with what seems to be happening at the surface picture reads across political, economics, social, technological, legal, and environmental dimensions. So, at least from 2022 to 2025, that the Philippines has ranked as the most disaster-prone country in the world. So, the 2025 World Risk Index score is 46.56, the highest of 193 countries. Then I think this isn't bad luck. It's really structured geography. An archipelago, considering an archipelago of over 7,000 islands sitting on both the Pacific typhoon belt and the seismic ring of fire, with enormous coastlines exposed to flooding. Then we are visited by more than 20 tropical cyclones every year, and Pag-asa projects warming of more than 2 degrees by mid-century. So for this economy, climate exposure is a permanent operating condition. So a constant determinant of production, infrastructure, and labor economics. So that's the backdrop of everything that follows. So we deliberately refuse to treat this as only an economic question. So we read the costs across all the pixel dimensions. So first, um, okay, let's start with economically, agriculture is about 9% of GDP and a quarter of employment. Yet it absorbs nearly two-thirds of all disaster damages. Socially, over 350,000 fishing families live below the poverty line. Children lose school days to typhoons, and our overseas workers are hit twice at home and the climate exposed places they work. So then technologically, ITBPM is a $38 billion success story, but its data centers full power from a fossil heavy grid, which is a twin transition paradox in miniature. That legally we actually have strong laws. The gap is implementation. Then okay, the politically, the that portion of the Philippine Sea dispute stalls offshore gas locking in fossil imports, and environmentally, the trade structure itself degrades the natural buffers that protect us. So okay, so notice that the last one already runs in the second direction. Okay. Then we have Thailand. So our comparative reference throughout, and the keyword is asymmetry. So Thailand is not climate immune, similar to the Philippines. We have the Mekong and Chao Phraya basins face serious water stress and flooding. And when Thai agricultural output takes a hit, it ripples straight into regional food markets, including ours. Both countries are also not energy importers on the same shipping lanes. But Thailand's profile is structurally different. Continental geography, a lower risk ranking, and a much more diversified exports base, which we'll see quantified in a moment. So the difference in exposure between two partners inside the same trade system is exactly what motivates the equity argument in our policy recommendations. So now, the analytical core, the surface picture shows separate pressures. Our four tools reveal that they're not separate at all. They act together in the same sectors and the same bilateral relationship. So let me take them one at a time. So our first tool is the RCA, the Balasa Index. Simply, does a country export a product more intensively than the world average? So above one means yes. So three things jump out of this chart. First, the blue line. The Philippine semiconductor advantage is still strong but clearly eroding from a peak of 12 in 2005 down to 6 by 2024, and with the decline starting around 2009 to 2010 as climate pressures intensified. So, second, the orange line, Thailand's semiconductor advantage rises across the same period from 0.39 to 3.37, crossing the threshold into genuine comparative advantage. And third, and I think the most telling, Thailand's bilateral reliance on Philippine semiconductor inputs rose nearly tenfold since 2000. So even as the Philippines' global edge erodes, Thailand is learning on it more. So that's the symmetric interdependence in one picture, and it sets up everything that follows. So next, so we have rice here. Rice is the mirror image of semiconductors. So Thailand's global rice advantage sits between 14 to 28 or 14 and 28 across the entire period, one of the strongest revealed advantages you'll see for any product anywhere. The Philippines rice RCA is essentially zero. We have no meaningful rice exports or export capacity and therefore no market power. So put that together in semiconductors, Thailand's dependence on the Philippines. In rice, the Philippines depends on Thailand completely. So that's a genuinely two-way interdependence and it's asymmetric across sectors. And it's precisely why the 2023 rice shock hit us the way it did. So when you hold no leverage over your suppliers, export decisions, their climate policy becomes your inflation problem. So second tool, the higher the HHI index. So these measures the concentration of an export basket. Higher means more concentrated, more fragile. So the gap here is stark. The Philippine basket is 3 to 4 times more concentrated than Thailand's consistently. And crucially, look at the period after a dip around 2011. The Philippine concentration climbs back to a peak of 0.30, while Thailand stays flat and diversified near 0.08. So why does this matter for the climate? Because about half of Philippine merchandise exports and roughly 94% of that concentration is a single sector, electronics, clustered in the flood and typhoon exposed corridors of Laguna, Cavite, Clark, and Cebu. So concentration isn't just an issue of economic competitiveness. It's a climate risk multiplier. A single well-placed typhoon can hit a large share of national exports at once. So third tool, trade and value added, which unpacks how much of one country's exports is actually made of the other's value. So in 2000, the relationship was almost perfectly symmetric. Each country contributed about a third of a percent to the other's exports. By 2022, it had tilted. The Thai value embedded in Philippine exports climbed to around 0.55% and stayed high, while the Philippine value in Thai exports stayed flat near 0.33. So at the economy-wide level, Philippine exports now embed more Thai value than the reverse. So the relationship became structure, structurally asymmetric. Thailand bids deeper. Um, but there's a puzzle hiding here, and it takes us to the most important slide. This one. So the this is the finding I most want you to remember. So the global value added model is silent on the direct Philippine Thailand electronics link. So because Philippine chips reach Thai factories via third countries, so conventional statistics miss it. So to recover it, we use the ADB's multi-regional input-output trade built on ASEAN specific data. So in 2024, the Philippine industry supplied $2.05 billion intermediate inputs to the Thai industry. Now, watch where the electronics inputs actually go. You'd expect electronics, but the direct channel accounts for only 3.1% or $18.75 million. The overwhelming share flows into Thai basic metals, but 272 million, then into refined petroleum, electricity, transport transport equipment, including EVs and construction. So the dependency is diffuse. A climate hit to Philippine electronics production wouldn't just dent Thai electronics. It would ripple across metals, energy, autos, and construction simultaneously. And because it's spread out, it's invisible to normal trade analysis and much harder to govern. So risk hiding in plain sight. So one more cut of the same input output data, and it's a genuine surprise. So take the inputs that feed a Thai electronics production specifically. You'd assume it's mostly electronic components. It isn't. So electronics goods are only 40%. Services, accommodation, business travel, transport and logistics, business activities, retail, real estate, finance, telecom make up the majority, about 53%. So the bilateral electronics relationship isn't a pure goods story. So it runs substantially through services. And that matters enormously for policy because it means the single highest leverage intervention is generating the IT BPM and the digital infrastructure base. So, okay. So for the next slide, so we've measured the present. Now we project it forward using the futures wheel, which traces first, second, and third order consequences across all the PISO dimensions. And we map three scenarios. So for the first scenario, business as usual, no new framework. Philippine advantage keeps eroding, price shocks keep recurring, and critically, Thai buyers start hedging toward Vietnam and Malaysia to the risk. So the development gap widens, and the green and digital transitions proceed in isolation, wasting their synergy. Second scenario, partial integration, some voluntary bilateral measures. They soften the worst immediate shocks, but they leave the feedback loop intact, and voluntary commitments tend to erode the moment budgets tighten. So better than nothing, and this is insufficient by design. And the third, full twin transition, a binding Atiga Climate Annex, a regional finance pool, coordinated green strategy. So automatic buffers, stabilize shocks, bilateral investment deepens rather than freeze, and the feedback loop finally breaks. So the single lesson of the futures wheel is not neutral. It costs compound through each order of consequence. So the longer we wait, the more expensive the fix. So what do we do about it? Or our recommendations are organized around the three trade channels and the twin transition, and are designed to work in both directions. So protecting trade from climate and cutting the climate impact of trade. So we have here six concrete moves mapped to the three trade channels. So for goods, a Philippines-Thailand climate resilient supply chain corridor under RCEP, but formalized in a proper MOU with activation triggers, not left to ad hoc goodwill. So its rice component scales up into a strengthened ASEAN emergency reserve with pre-agreed release triggers. So an importer like the Philippines has assured access next time. And then for digital services, remember the um, services finding a green digital infrastructure standard, joint ASEAN low carbon data center norms, resilient retrofits for IT BPM hubs, and renewable procurement targets. So one policy, both directions. For non-digital services, climate resilient tourism and logistics standards, carbon accounting for infrastructure were protected. So then three structural moves, a climate risk annex to an ATIGA, a GDP scale finance pool paired with a coordinated response to the EU's carbon border mechanism, and turning defense into offense. So a green industrial corridor that pairs Philippine semiconductors with Thailand's EV base to capture the clean tech build out together. So so the roadmap is deliberately sequenced, and it's honest about um what's hard. So for the first one, the next 2 years. So this is a suggestion. So for the next 2 years, is everything the Philippines and Thailand can do bilaterally and fast, a semiconductor contingency, MOU, a rice buffer stock agreement, and a pag-asa TMD data share link. No need to wait for anyone else. So phase two moves to the regional level, feasibility work on the TIGA Annex, designing the finance pool, studying. And phase three is the institutionalization. So the annex adopted, the pool disbursing, the corridor operational. Also, and we say plainly, the binding constraint across all of this is not technical; it's political real. So ASEAN consensus is hard. This is exactly where members' climate exposure and fossil fuel interests diverge. So that's why um, we front load the bilateral actions that don't require unanimity. So with that, let me leave you with five things to carry out. First, climate and trade are two-way street, and we've measured it, not just asserted it. So Philippine advantage erodes even as Thai reliance on Philippine inputs depends. Sorry. So two, concentration multiplies climate risk. Now, nearly all of Philippine export concentration is one climate exposed sector. Thailand is 3 to 4 times more diversified. Third, the most consequential bilateral risks is hidden. So $2 billion of inputs spread diffusely across Thai metals, energy, and autos, and visible to conventional. Greening digital infrastructure hits vulnerability and emissions together. Then fifth, inaction compounds. So steps can begin now. So I close where we began. What look like a series of separate shocks, a rice crisis here, a flooded data center there is really one bidirectional self-reinforcing relationship between climate and trade. And the implication reaches well beyond our two countries. Any regional trade architecture, ASEAN's included, that doesn't integrate climate risk assessment and doesn't govern the two-way relationship is building a foundation that's already eroding beneath
Okay.
it.
Okay.
So thank you so much. That's all for my presentation.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Anthony Barrow, to share us about the climate change. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all speakers, so please keep presentation within the scheduled time. If it's possible, in 15 minutes would be great. Okay, we will go to the next session. Come from Singapore, so we will talk about the Singapore roles in the global supply chain and how change in the U.S. tariff may affect its trade and economy. So this is a Singapore Global Value Chains implication of the Trump's 2 tariff. Please join me to welcome Professor Dr. Bao Li Shang from Singapore Management University. If you are ready, please welcome Professor.
Yes, good afternoon, and thanks for the organizer at ITD for organizing today's session. So for Singapore chapter, we will be looking at Singapore's characterization and participation in the regional and global value chain. We will then use the patterns of GVC to interpret what we will observe via economic modeling of the Trump 2 tariff and its welfare and trade effects. So the first part of the presentation will be done by me and followed by my PhD student, Ruoqing, for the second part. Okay, so for GVC, we will be utilizing the regional, multi-regional input-output table constructed by ADB for years 2019 and year 2024, and we will be decomposing gross export into foreign value-added and domestic value-added components. And we will look at the share of foreign contents embedded in a country sector's gross export as a measure of its backward or upstream linkages. So if a country's gross export rely upon foreign contents substantially, then we conclude that it has a greater reliance on foreign inputs. And in contrast, we will also be looking at the share of country sectors, domestic contents in its gross export that is subsequently embedded in its trading partners' export. So this will signal the country sector's downstream linkages. And overall, the sum of the two, the backward and forward linkages, will then be measuring the country's overall GVC participation. And we will also be using the ratio of forward to overall GVC participation as an index of the country's overall downstream position. So relative to its all GVC-related activity, if it consists of larger proportion of foreign contents to its local contents involved in GVC, then the country sector is considered to be relatively more downstream. So this is the overall idea of the methodologies. So this table summarizes the pattern for the key regional economies, including ASEAN economies and also the big two economies, USA, China, and Taiwan and Korea. Okay, so if you look at this table, the first column will give you a country's upstream linkages. Second column will give you the country's overall GVC participation. And the third column will give you the country's general downstream position. Okay, so you can see that Singapore is among the most leading participants in terms of GVC depths. Okay, and nearly half of Singapore's gross export consists of foreign value added. So you can see that nearly half of Singapore's gross export rely on foreign contents throughout this period. And its downstreamness has increased from about 0.79 to 0.81. So it has gradually moved down in terms of its GVC position as well. And if you look at the GVC related trade, it's higher when focusing on gross export to ASEAN than when focusing on gross export to the world. So the GVC participation number for Singapore, for example, will increase from 59 to 64, and similarly from 60 to 61. So when we focus on export to ASEAN regions, the GVC participation is even stronger. So this suggests a very strong intra-ASEAN production linkages. And it's not just for Singapore, it's the pattern for Thailand, for Malaysia as well. And overall, we can see that the ASEAN economy occupy quite distinct positions. So Indonesia is relatively upstream. In terms of downstreamness index, is relatively low compared to other ASEAN economy. Malaysia sitting somewhere in the middle, while Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam are the most, the three most downstream economies in the region. And since the first US-China trade war, we observed that Vietnam and Thailand have deepened their GVC participation, especially through stronger backward linkages. So if you compare across the two periods, Thailand has deepened its GVC participation from 42% to 50%. And if you focus on a subset of export to ASEAN, Thailand's GVC participation has increased from 52 to 63. So that's a very big jump. And therefore, we conclude that these two economies are partly taken up on the downstream world factory role previously associated with China. Okay, then we look at who are the key upstream trade partners of Singapore in terms of intermediating third country contents into the Singapore economy for Singapore's absorption or for Singapore's production of exports. Then you see China stood out as the key leading upstream partners of Singapore overall, and especially in electrical and optical equipment and chemical products. It's similarly so if we focus on ASEAN contents being intermediate So China's role actually enhanced in terms of intermediating ASEAN contents into Singapore economy as final absorption or as in production of Singapore's exports. In addition to China, we also see Malaysia, Thailand, and Taiwan play quite important upstream roles for Singapore. So you can see Malaysia, Taiwan in electrical sector, and especially for ASEAN content, Taiwan, Malaysia play also quite important role. So in addition to China, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Thailand play quite important secondary intermediate role for Singapore. We then look at the key downstream trade partners of Singapore, basically who intermediates Singapore's content in their production for the country absorption, either for the rest of the world or for absorption in ASEAN. And again, you see that China still play quite a key downstream role in intermediating Singapore's local contents for the absorption in the rest of the world and for absorptions in the ASEAN regions. And in addition to China, we also see Malaysia play quite an important role in the sector of electrical and optical equipment, and even more so when the final absorption destination is ASEAN. So Malaysia actually is the most important downstream trade partners of Singapore. For Singapore export, they are eventually absorbed in ASEAN. Okay, and a quick summary to highlight the Singapore-Thailand linkages. These are the 4 broad sectors where we have observed strong production linkages between Thailand and Singapore. So, for example, just to highlight, Thailand is among Singapore's top ASEAN origin upstream partners in petroleum and chemical, and Singapore also play a quite important role as Thailand's top downstream partners for ASEAN absorption in a similar set of sectors. So in addition to this manufacturing sector, we observe strong linkages in the following 3 service sectors in terms of transport, logistics, financial service, and business service. So for example, Singapore is Thailand's most important downstream partner for ASEAN absorption in inland transport, water transport, and air transport, and the proportion is quite significant. Okay, so a lot of Thailand's local contents in these 3 sectors are intermediated by Singapore for absorptions in ASEAN regions. And similar important role of Singapore as Thailand's downstream partner is also observed in financial sectors, real estate service, and renting of machinery equipment and other business activities. So overall, the bilateral linkage is strongest where Singapore acts as a regional node for transport, logistics, financial service, and business activities. Okay. This slide is to highlight the importance of Singapore sectors in terms of a source of demand shocks in the global import-output flow. And while on the other hand, the hub score will indicate the importance of Singapore sector as an upstream supplier intermediate input. And you can see the most important sectors tend to be the service sector, who play an important role as a buyer of intermediate inputs and as a source of supply in these sectors. Okay. So again, similarly, logistic, financial service, and electrical and optical equipment, these sectors are quite very important in Singapore in as a source of demand shocks or as a source of supply shock in the global improper linkages. But when you compare to US and China, the importance is like 2 orders of magnitude smaller. So the US and China still dominate as either the top authority or hub in the global production network. And the dominance of the top US sectors is more pronounced in terms of hub than in terms of authority. So this reflects US relative upstream positions in the GVC. So for example, US sectors ranking of machinery, equipment, and other business activities have an authority score of 0.7, but a hub score of 0.86. So it means a shock to this sector in the US will trickle down downstream in the global improper linkages in a relatively important role than a shock to these sectors as a buyer. Okay, I think I will end the first part by highlighting that Singapore may not be the ASEAN economy with the highest US tariff rate exposure, but it is the most GVC intensive economy in ASEAN with a highly downstream structure and strong dependence on upstream intermediate inputs. And so its main vulnerability is therefore not direct export exposure to the US market, but the contraction of regional and global production network. And so this is the mechanism that will explain some of the pattern that Roqing will present next, that Singapore actually sustained the largest negative welfare loss compared to other ASEAN economies. Okay, Roqing.
Okay, so as Prof. Pauline mentioned that Singapore does not face the highest US tariff in ASEAN, but it is the most JVC intensive economy in the region and relies heavily on imported intermediate inputs. So to quantify these effects, we use the SMU trade dashboard. The tariff tracker follows the Trump 2 tariff changes at the product and sector levels, while the trade simulation estimates their effects on trade, welfare, and nominal wages. And the simulation follows the Caliendo and Payroll and incorporates the input-output linkages and trade in the intermediate goods. So a quick recap that the Trump 2 tariff episode, what tariff has changed. So the key point is about the Trump 2. It's actually a sequence of tariff shocks. So a 10% global baseline tariff increase was introduced on April 5th, 2025. And later on April 9th, the Liberation Day rates became highly differentiated across ASEAN. Vietnam faced 46%, Thailand is 36%, while Singapore remained at 10%. Those rates were suspended the next day before a more durable settlement was introduced in August. And by February this year, 2026, the country-specific tariffs were removed and replaced with a uniform 10% Section 122 tariff, although Section 232 product tariff remain. So here is this table highlights the key asymmetry across ASEAN countries. So Singapore is the only ASEAN economy that remains at the 10% country level rates throughout the episode. So during the Liberation Day and the August settlement, Singapore has a significant tariff advantage relative to its neighbors. But these rates do not include the Section 232 product-specific tariff. It only reflect the country-specific tariff increase. And so Singapore were not completely protected, so it was still exposed to product-specific tariff on automobiles, steel and aluminum, copper and timber. This becomes especially important after the February 2026 this year, because once every country rates are equalized, effective tariff exposure depends much more on what each country exports. So now let me introduce our simulation framework. So the model allows these tariff shocks to affect through production networks, intermediate inputs, prices, nominal wages, and demand. We use both OECD ICIO table and ADB MRIO, the input-output linkage table, for the calibrations and for robustness check. So all the results I show next are changes relative to the pre-Trump 2 baseline. So these are counterfactual effects of the tariff episode, not simply observed year-on-year trade changes. So let's first see the aggregate trade effects. So at the aggregate level, largest trade contraction occurs in the economy facing the highest tariffs. On April 9th, exports fall by around 10 to 12% in Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia, compared with only 2.3% in Singapore, since Singapore only faced 10%. But for Singapore, imports for more than exports. For example, in August, exports declined by 3.7%, while imports fell by 5.5%, only more than 3.7%. That is consistent with the GVC story from the first half of our presentation. Singapore is deeply dependent on imported intermediates, so when regional and global production weakens, its import demand contracts strongly as well. And even after the February 2026 unwinding, trade does not fully recover because the product-specific tariff remain. Then let's look at specifically at the export to the United States. So on April 9th, Singapore's exports to the US increased by 26.1%, while Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia experienced declines of roughly 46 to 51%. This is a clear trade diversion effect. US demand shifts toward the relatively lower tariff supplier. And even by February 2026, Singapore's exports to the US remain 30.6% above the pre-Trump 2 baseline. And then we see the same pattern at the sector level. On April 9th, Singapore's export to the US rise by about 29% in chemicals, 23% in iron and steel, and 11.5% in electronics. Meanwhile, Thailand and Vietnam experienced very large declines in these same sectors. And by February 2026, we can see that once the country rate differences largely disappeared, the remaining variation across countries is driven much more by the product-specific tariff exposure and general equilibrium adjustments. And then, despite gaining in the US market, Singapore suffers, we can see, the largest aggregate welfare loss among ASEAN countries. So in this results showing we are using OECD ICIO input and output linkage table to conduct the simulation. We can see that the real income, which is welfare, falls by about 2.5%. And actually here in the ADB, we also see a 2.7% decline in welfare. So actually the bilateral gains from the trade diversion are overweighted by the broader contraction in the regional and global production network. Because Singapore sits at the center of these production networks, the general equilibrium effects is particularly strong. And moving on is the nominal wages. It shows a similar pattern. The largest decline occurs in the more directly exposes the economies, especially Vietnam and Thailand. Singapore's wage decline is smaller, but persistent, remaining around 1.4% below the baseline after the February 2026. So lastly, some policy implications for Singapore. The response should not be retreat from GBCs due to, but we need to diversify them. This means reducing concentrated upstream dependence, strengthening intra-ASEAN demand channels, maintaining strong rules of origin and custom enforcement, and continue to develop high-value services such as finance, logistic, and professional services. For ASEAN more broadly, stronger coordination on rules of origin, tariff monitoring, and engagement with the US would reduce vulnerability to future asymmetric tariff shocks. So the main takeaway is that Singapore may face a relatively low tariff, but its central position in the global value chain makes it highly exposed to the wider effects of the global trade fragmentation. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Singapore team, for the Singapore trade positioning. So for now, we move to the final country presentation. It's Vietnam. Today we look at Vietnam. Our speaker will present about Vietnam's green industrial policy under climate and technological megatrends, implication for Vietnam's Thailand economic cooperation. So for now, our associate professor is ready. Please welcome Associate Professor Dao Ngoc Thien. Please welcome.
Yeah, could you hear me? Hello, everyone.
Yes, everyone can hear you. And we take the time around 15 or 20 minutes for presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so the paper, the topic that we commissioned to present today is the Vietnam's green industrial policy under the climate and technological mega trend. Why we choose those two mega trends? Because in our opinion, the climate and the technological mega trend that is the intertwined together. So it's much more efficient if we can evaluate both the mega trend simultaneously. At the second part of the presentation, we will talk about the Vietnam-Thailand economic cooperation, the bilateral cooperation that to show how the country, in particular the two countries, Vietnam and Thailand, and in more broader concept is the regional country can cooperate each other under the those mega trend. The paper is co-authored by myself and two of my colleagues, Dr. Vũ Kim Ngân and Dr. Vũ Thị Phương Mai. And to start with the presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Vũ Kim Ngân will present the content of our paper. So Dr. Ngân, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction.
Could you please turn on the microphone? Or maybe you press the mute button or anything. No one can hear you now. Okay, our team will solve some problem about technique for a while. If you turn on the microphone already, please. Okay, Associate Professor Dao, are you here? So you can share the screen and you can go ahead.
Yeah. Could you see my sharing on the screen?
Okay, one moment. Our team will checking, but you can click the full screen to share the slide.
Is it okay now?
ได้ไหมคะ One second. Okay. For now, everything is complete. Please welcome. Go ahead.
Okay, so our presentation entitled Vietnam's Green Industrial Policy and the Climate and Technological Megatrends, Implication for Vietnam and Thailand Economic Relation. To start with, the reason why we have chosen the climate change and technological transformation are the two megatrends that we focus on, is because these are no longer the background condition anymore, because they shape the production location, export competitiveness, investment decision, and regional value chain. Now, if we look at the situation of Vietnam, it is undeniable that Vietnam's industrialization has been one of Southeast Asia's most dynamic development stories. The merchandise export of Vietnam in 2024 stood at more than 400 billion US dollar, up from 14.3% year on year, with the record trade surplus of 24.7 billion US dollar. And this is already the 9th consecutive year that Vietnam has achieved this very high trade surplus. However, the condition underlying the upgrading that we are experiencing right now are actually changing. And as mentioned, climate change and technological transformation are those two megatrends that we will be focusing on. And if we look at the situation of Vietnam, our Prime Minister has already pledged in the COP26 that Vietnam is going to move toward the net zero target by 2050. And this national commitment of Vietnam is backed by the updated nationally determined contribution and national green growth strategy as well. However, as the World Bank estimates, this kind of target will cost Vietnam at least 368 additional billion US dollar for climate resilient and net zero pathway to 2040. And now let me introduce more about the picture of Vietnam and climate change. In fact, Vietnam is highly exposed to climate change, both physically and economically. We are particularly vulnerable to rising temperatures, sea level rise as part of the Mekong Delta. And at the same time, the climate pressure on Vietnam are reflected in the economic risk, trade policy exposure, and SME vulnerability. First, talking about economic risk, the World Bank estimate that flooding already puts approximately 852 million US dollar in economic activity and around more than 300,000 jobs at direct annual risk. And if Vietnam do nothing without sustained adaptation to climate change, cumulative climate costs could reach around 12 to 14.5% of GDP annually by 2050. And not just that, in terms of trade policy exposure, Vietnam, together with other developing countries, are also facing with the border carbon adjustment mechanism, for instance, generated by the EU. The EU CBAM, for instance, began in October 2023 with the transitional reporting period and has already moved toward a definitive regime from the 1st of January 2026. And not just the EU, but also other countries and other trading partners of Vietnam have gradually developed their own border carbon adjustment mechanism as well, which makes it very difficult for exporters from Vietnam because the buyers from developed countries, specifically in the EU, next will be the UK in 2027 and other countries, increasingly demand emission data, traceability, renewable energy use, and credible environmental management. These requirements are very costly to comply with, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. Talking about the SME vulnerability, it should be noted that SME account for 98% of active enterprises in Vietnam and more than 40% of GDP. However, they have a very limited capacity because they hold below 30% of total business capital, which means that it will be very difficult for them to invest in cleaner production or digital system in order to make the production line greener and cleaner in order to comply with the requirements of the EU CBAM. So this kind of climate pressure on Vietnam's economy are very crucial. And in response to those kind of pressure, Vietnam have developed policy response which span multiple instrument and institutional levels, from long-term strategy to concrete industrial zone regulation. Our first initiative start with the eco-industrial parks. As UNIDO demonstrate that such kind of project could actually reduce costs for environmental requirements. However, the challenge is national scaling. And in response to that, Vietnam, under the Decree 35 of the government, formally recognized eco-industrial parks, which makes it easier for us to implement in Vietnam. And the second initiative is to promote the development of circular economy through the use of recycling, materials recovery, byproduct use, and etc. And these kind of activities create new business opportunity, specifically when tied to the clusters such as textile, electronics, plastic, and food processing. And at the same time, we also have a long-term strategy to promote renewable energy in Vietnam, with the target up to 36% of renewable energy by 2030 and rising to around 75% by 2050, the year which Vietnam will have to move toward the net zero target as the pledge that I mentioned before. However, renewable energy is costly, and it is estimated that we will need 136 billion US dollar for the investment in power sector for the period of 2026 to 2030. And at the same time, now let me talk more about technological transformation, one of the megatrends that I mentioned before. We consider that technological transformation could actually help to speed up the process of greening the economy or to promote the green transition of Vietnam. Because let's first look at the numbers of digital economy. In Vietnam, the digital economy contributed around 16.5% of Vietnam GDP in 2023, with the services accounting for 60% of that share. And the manufacturing retained considerable room to deepen digital application in production, logistics, and environmental reporting. In one of the papers developed by one of our co-authors, it's found that 1% increase in export value is associated with 4.2 point increase in digital technology application. And this applies not just for the normal export, but also for green export as well, in a way that export pressure drives operational upgrading and not just the awareness of it. At the same time, FDI could actually work as a capability channel to speed up the process of green transition. Vietnam is one of the very active country that has attracted more than 38 billion US dollar of registered FDI and dispersed more than 25 billion US dollar in 2025. However, in order to in order for FDI to actually help to speed up the green transition process, Vietnam will have a lot of things to do, and one of those will be to pair investment attraction with supplier development, technology extension, domestic innovation finance, and so on. One more initiative in which technological transformation could help is the establishment of the Smart Industrial Zone. The smart zone are very useful, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises, because this zone use data system to manage energy, water, wastewater, emission, and logistic. So SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, would benefit by operating in this kind of smart industrial zone because it provides a shared digital platform that reduces compliance costs. And at the same time, it also signals reliability to investors as well. So those are the main responses that Vietnam has developed in to cope with the climate change, also to align with climate change adaptation and mitigation. However, we have identified the implementation challenges that remain. Despite the strong policy direction, the green transition in Vietnam still remain at a very early stage. And those on the screen that you are seeing are the 4 implementation challenges that we have identified. The first is about the infrastructure gaps. Renewable energy require expanded grid capacity, storage, and transparent purchasing. Also, I mentioned earlier about eco-industrial parks, but also it needs a systematic wastewater treatment, materials exchange, incredible monitoring. These are the core and not just environmental add-on. However, this situation of infrastructure in Vietnam is still limited, and we'll still have a lot of things to do in order to improve our infrastructure gap before we can achieve more concrete result in this regard. Financing gaps is also an issue, especially for SME. SME have limited capacity, and one of the ways to help them is to provide them with financing projects. However, green projects carry higher upfront costs, and while SME like collateral and project documentation, and at the same time, banks lack capacity to evaluate green investment, and that's the reason why there's still a big gap between the needs and the demand of SME for green transition, and also from the bank to supply or to finance SME. The third implementation challenge is regulatory fragmentation. We have policy for climate, energy, environment, industry. However, these are developed quite separately and managed separately as well. This is one of the issue, that if we develop so many things at the same time where they are relating to each other, but the management level they are not, it will cause some issue. Because enterprises is going to face complex overlay permits and reporting. And this is also one of the reasons why we make recommendation in the latter part of this paper that Vietnam needs clearer and interministerial coordination and practical implementation manuals, instead of managing things separately while they are actually related. Human gap is the last implementation challenge that we have identified in our paper. Green manufacturing requires engineers, energy managers, environmental auditors, and digital technician. So definitely we need right skill and high skill level. However, the supply of high skill for green transition is still limited. And of course, if it's still limited like that, a broader upgrading agenda will stall. And now those are the challenges that we have identified. And in the later part of the presentation today, we'll provide some recommendation. But before that, we talk about the Vietnam-Thailand bilateral relationship before we jump to the political recommendation. Vietnam and Thailand, the current landscape of Vietnam and Thailand are reflected in some of the key points that I'm showing you on the slide. We are both major ASEAN economy. However, we have overlapping production structure and export markets, but differing industrial profile that at the same time create competition, but also complementarity as well. If we look at the number, the two-way merchandise trade in 2024 of Vietnam and Thailand stood at 20 billion US dollar, up 6.6 year on year. Thailand is Vietnam's largest ASEAN trading partner. And the bilateral ties between the two countries were upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership in 2025 as well. In terms of the strength of Vietnam and Thailand, as you can see, we have differing industrial profile, but we also have some overlapping as well, where Thailand's strength lies in automotive, petrochemicals, processed food, logistic electric vehicles, and BCG. And Vietnam's strength are focusing on electronics, textile and garments, footwear, furniture, machinery assembly, export-oriented manufacturing. Now, as I mentioned before, due to some of the overlappings, we have both competition and at the same time complementarity. because the same production capability of the two countries and also the similar export market that could actually make coordination valuable, but also make rivalry possible as well. We have identified the 5 key areas that Vietnam and Thailand complement and also compete at the same time. The first area is automotive and EV, electronic vehicles. From the complementarity side, Thailand automotive base connect with Vietnam's electronics, wiring, and battery-related components. While if we compete, then we may compete on EV assembler, battery projects, and supply investment. For electronic and smart manufacturing, the two countries can actually compete for high-tech FDI. But at the same time, we can complement because Vietnam's export cluster and Thailand automation experience could actually support ASEAN supply upgrading. In terms of food and agriculture, the two countries both export overlapping agriculture and processed food products to third markets. However, if we work together, we could actually work jointly on traceability, on cold chain, and sustainable packaging, which will strengthen the regional food export among ASEAN. In terms of circular economy, this is where I think we have a similar direction that we could actually complement since Thailand's BCG policy and Vietnam's manufacturing scale may create opportunities in recycling in the industrial symbiosis. However, if we rely on weak standard or if racing to the bottom appears, then it could lead to competition based on lower environmental compliance costs, which is not an ideal thing to do. And the last area is renewable energy. Both Vietnam and Thailand may compete to offer investors credible low carbon energy access because we're both in moving toward renewable energy like solar or wind energy. However, even in this area, we could actually cooperate on solar, biomass, energy efficiency, grid services, and green finance as well. So based on the analysis of complementarity and competition, we think that is the key policy task is for both countries to move toward the complementarity direction and not the competition one. So what we recommending is to translate cooperation into action, which require realistic sequencing. We have outlined the short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans for both country cooperation. For the short term, within 1 or 2 years, the task is to map priority sector, compare green standard, create emission reporting guidance, select sister industrial park, pilot energy audits, water reuse, water exchange, and digital environmental dashboard. For medium term, we develop specific programs in electronics, automotive, textile, and food processing, and could also support each other for cross-border partnership in recycled plastic, textile waste, packaging, and batteries recycling. And for long term, of course, since even if it is a bilateral initiative, it should be designed from the outset to be scalable and ASEAN compatible, and not just the initiative that cannot travel or cannot be implemented. For long term, we align bilateral pilots between Thailand and Vietnam with ASEAN frameworks on sustainable investment, digital trade, industrial standard, and with the hope to position Vietnam and Thailand as anchors of a greener ASEAN manufacturing base. So all in all, based on the analysis of Vietnam with regard to climate change and technological megatrends before, and also the bilateral relationship between Vietnam and Thailand, we have to develop some of the policy recommendation and conclusion for the way forward. We consider that the Vietnamese green industrial policy is more than a domestic agenda, is an opportunity to reposition Vietnam and Thailand economic cooperation for climate-constrained and technology-driven era. So we have developed recommendation for both national action of Vietnam and also the bilateral and regional action for Vietnam and Thailand as well. For the national action, we focus on translating green strategy into measurable indicators for sector and also industrial parks. We also want to prioritize eco-industrial and smart zone as an implementation platform because these prove to be very efficient and will be a great help for small and medium-sized enterprises, which account for more than 98% of Vietnamese enterprises. And also, we recommend to link green incentive to capability building outcome and support SME with more practical packages like energy audits, digital traceability, green credit, and simplified guidance. For bilateral and regional action, what we want to propose is to establish, if possible, sector-specific working groups on EVs, electronics, food processing, circular materials, and smart zone. Those are the things that we consider overlapping between Vietnam and Thailand, and also could also be other countries in ASEAN as well. And this is the second recommendation, that's also very important, is to develop interoperable green data system for emission reporting, certification, and traceability. Because once we are on the same page in terms of emission reporting, certification, traceability, then we will be able to develop a regional supply chain to move further with regard to the requirement of the BCA that I mentioned before. And lastly is to feed bilateral cooperation into ASEAN framework. Of course, we are ASEAN members, so we just cannot forget the larger ASEAN framework. And especially when ASEAN right now are developing specific framework on digital trade, sustainable development, and value chain resilience as well. I've just presented the main content and analysis and policy recommendation from our paper about situation of Vietnam with regard to the two megatrends, climate change and technological and transformation, and also some of the analysis on Vietnam-Thailand bilateral relationship and some policy recommendation in conclusion. And this is the end of our presentation, and looking forward to the discussion, and also allow me to pass over to Professor Tien.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Vietnam, for the excellent presentation. And also thank you very much, Philippines, Singapore, and Myanmar as well. But everyone still be here for the final discussion. And I want to go to a little bit quickly. So I will take this time to hand over to Dr. Kamon Pan Muong for the final discussion with our speaker from Myanmar, from Philippines, from Singapore, and Vietnam. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Kamon Pan Muong. I'm going to moderate the next panel discussion. As we learned from the presentation from our colleague from Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam, and there are a lot of interesting talking points covered in that presentation regarding ASEAN cooperations. So for our panel discussion, I have a question for Singapore first in particular. Since Singapore will assume ASEAN chairmanship in the next year, so the question for Singapore is how ASEAN neighbors can build complementary production networks to attract the relocating investments as a result from global trade wars. So how can we, as the ASEAN can build this production network or the regional supply chain effectively? This is for Singapore. Professor Chang, please. Can I have just 2 minutes, please? Professor, could you please unmute?
Microphone.
Yes, I think the key point should be to highlight that we should not treat investment relocation as a zero-sum game and competition within ASEAN, but rather to highlight that ASEAN is one package that different ASEAN economy can focus on different stages of the supply chain. So, for example, the analysis we have done suggested that different ASEAN economy occupy particular different stages of supply chain, and therefore the ASEAN economy can build on their existing complementarities and turn, for example, the Thailand-Singapore bilateral linkages into a broader ASEAN production corridors. But in order to turn the competition into complementarities and to promote ASEAN as a whole, we should also try to reduce the cost of splitting production across the ASEAN borders. So this include, for example, to have more effective harmonizations of rules of regions and to have some established mutual recognition of product and green standards, and also to facilitate trade through interoperable customs and digital trade documentations. So therefore, this will allow MNE and investors to be able to source the components, say in Philippines, process it in Vietnam, and coordinate the financings and logistics from Singapore, regardless as a one integrated ASEAN production network rather than four separate regulatory systems. Okay. So to sum up, I think Singapore could use its chairmanship for the next ASEAN community to promote ASEAN as and to present ASEAN more clearly as one integrated production platform rather than 10 competing investment destinations. And so this is consistent with Singapore's objective for its 2027 championship of deepening ASEAN integration. And it also fits the longer-term ASEAN Community Vision 2045. So it's a long way to go, but I think the ASEAN serves as a forum where the economy can work toward this.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Chang. So this is a talk about a big picture. So I think we have to look for what actually happened on the ground, because we've seen that in many countries in ASEAN, the SMEs is a majority of the business there. So I have a question for our colleagues from Vietnam, Myanmar, and Philippines, respectively. So the question is, in order to help local SMEs overcome the challenges from the green and digital transition that we mentioned earlier in our presentations. So whether it be the funding issue, the technology constraint, or the clean energy issue, how to help them overcome these challenges and then growth, and then can join the regional supply chains effectively. So in order to do that, what policies or the mechanism or initiatives should your government deploy to help that? So let me start this round with Professor Dao, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And actually, for Vietnam and similar to other country, the SME is very important. And the challenge for the SME is actually mentioned in our presentation by Dr. Ngân. It is in the four main things here. The first one is the infrastructure gap. In order to facilitate the participation of the SME, we need to invest in the infrastructure gap. The gap here is including both the hard infrastructure and the soft infrastructure, like the renewable energy, like the infrastructure, the port, the highway, everything around that, in order to reduce the cost of logistics as well as the cost of financing and the cost of investment. Though will be provided, I think mostly come from the public investment in Vietnam. Why we invest a lot in the infrastructure, and this is the foundation for the participation of the SME. The second challenge and responding of the Vietnam government is about the financing gap. When we talk about the SME, we always talk about the lack of financial resources of the SME. So they don't have enough capital, they don't have enough money to invest in the green and digital transformation. Even when they are going to for the bank to launch, that they don't have the collateral. So the responding of the government, we are improving the banking system by providing a uh, more favorable condition for the SME to the invest based on the two conditions. The first one is a very transparent for the auditing and the accounting system of the SME, including the household, the micro, the MSME. And the second condition, I think, is we are not always require the SME to have the collateral assessed, but now we are trying to facilitate the supply chain financing. So even they have the kind of the contract for export, import, or they have the e-invoice or anything like that, those will be submitted to the bank and for the loans to have the twin transaction. And in addition for the bank, we are also have some pilot plan to build some the fund coming from for the specific industry and also for the specific industry and the localities. The third one is about the regulatory fragmentation in the regulation. Those are responded by the big reform in Vietnam right now when we are merging the 53 provinces into 34 provinces. So they have the more power, more authority to coordinate that. When we also merging some selected ministry, for example, the Ministry of Finance are merged with the Ministry of Planning and Investment, Industry, Research, and though we trying to build a bigger and more comprehensive authority to solve all the problem of the SME. And the fourth challenges are the human capital gap. Because in order to implement anything, the twin transition, the SME need the human capital, need the people to do that. So we are focusing also on the improving the training system of Vietnam and including the retraining system. So because when we have the AI application, when we have the awareness for the green transformation, we need to retrain the current employee of the SME. So we have some program to that kind of the public-private partnership that we can finance for a certain part of the training and retraining of the human resources. So I think that with the four challenges: infrastructure, financing, fragmentation of regulation, and the human capital, we are trying to show simultaneously all of those challenges to facilitate the SME informing participation in the regional network, regional production network. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Dao, for your insightful input. So let's move next to Mr. Min, please. Can I have very short answer, please? Maybe 1 or
Yes.
2 minutes, please.
Yes, I waited for your question. Yeah.
The question is, how can your government help the local SMEs to overcome the challenge from the green and digital transition?
Yeah, beg pardon.
Sorry. How can your government help the local SMEs in your countries to overcome the challenge of the green and digital transition?
Yeah.
Please.
If I respond, yeah. Your question for how the digital transition and connected with the MSME, yeah. Yes. So regarding this the question, I would like to make some salient facts that exist in here. So I should focus on aggregate target sport and broad subsidy. So members should establish a green SME finance facility. And then when we create this finance facility with concessional loan, credit guarantee, and branded finance in order to help SME invest in energy efficient, renewable energy, cleaner machinery, and international certification. Second, my second point is to provide machine grant or tax incentive for SME that meet environmental traceability and quality standard required by ASEAN buyer. And third one is to create green supplier development program linking Myanmar SME with the large fund in Thailand and ASEAN production network, providing technical assistance and digital skill and certification support. Finally, simplified custom and green products standard and strengthen industrial cluster and common facility. In this connection, and by doing this, SME can share testing, waste management, and renewable energy infrastructure. The object is not simply to make SME greener, but to make them bankable, certificable, and connected to RNC. Yeah. So my closing to the point is green finance must be linked with market asset and temporary development finance along with not in SME into green supply chain. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Min. Can I pass to the last members, last colleague from this session? Mr. Barrow, are you still with us?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Hello?
loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kamal. Well, I do agree to the answers of my co-speakers, previous speakers. SMEs want to join green supply chains through exhortation. They need concrete things or supports. You know, although I do agree with the Professor Dow's infrastructure, human capital development, and finance, among others, and also with Mr. Mian. So, but again, SMEs need concrete things or supports. For instance, the need to meet the standards. So, and they also need finance that they can access, and they need a demand that they can rely on. And I think the equity dimension matters. So, because the climate exposed are usually the capital poor or those who don't have enough capital to really meet the requirements. So SMEs won't green their operations simply because we ask them to. Again, they need these three things. So, for instance, on standards, the green supply chain requirements we're proposing should include a tiered phase pathway for small firms and shared certification facilities. So, a small supplier isn't priced out by the fixed costs of qualifying or participating. On finance, we may propose a blended finance facility, for instance, drawing on the ADB and the Green Climate Fund with a dedicated SME window. So there could be partial credit range or guarantees to the risk lending and grants for the upfront costs of resilient low carbon upgrades. And on the perhaps anchor firm linkage programs that embed green standards and procurement, so compliance opens a real order book. So the hard part, though, the constraint isn't designing these instruments, it's the reach. So finance that stops in Manila or Bangkok doesn't reach rural agri-SMEs or fishing cooperatives. So the delivery channels, the cooperatives, the rural banks, digital disbursement matter as much as the fund itself. And that's an equity issue because in our data, again, the most climate exposed are usually the least capitalized. So that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mark. So I think this concludes our panel discussion. Thank you very much, our colleagues from Vietnam, Singapore, Philippines, and Myanmar. So I would like to pass this floor back to our MC. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamon Pan Muang from ITD to be the moderator for this session. And I would like to say thank you for all speakers for today as well to share and join us for all of this session. So for all session, can show you what the big problem for now that everyone think the climate change is difficult to control, about the demographic, everything that's very difficult to control. So for today, everyone can know that how to solve this problem together, especially for the region of the Southeast Asia. They find some solution to help each other in this global. So for now, we bring us to the conclusion for today's country presentation and the discussion. So we got an honor from Deputy Executive Director Academic at ITD. We come to deliver the closing remarks. Please welcome Mr. Wimon Pankhong. Please welcome.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and delegates, on behalf of International Institute for Trade and Development or ITD, the Trade Intelligence Forum 2026 concludes with a powerful call for regional economic integration. Today's discussion demonstrates that in an era marked by geo-economic fragmentation, escalating climate disaster, and rapid technological transition, unilateral trade strategies are not sufficient. The 8th Commission paper presents constitutes a comprehensive policy toolkit designed to help ASEAN economy transition from vulnerable position into resilience, high-value participant in global trade. The first session focused on structural diversification, on long-term economic pathway. The foresight analysis from Brunei Jerusalem emphasized the urgent need for diversification through decarbonization to mitigate oil and gas dependence. Indonesia policy assessment show how strategic downstreaming and EV battery ecosystem can secure high-value participation in global production. The trade protectionism analysis for Lao People's Democratic Republic provides a roadmap to transition from landlocked to using the Thailand into the landlink hub using the Thailand Plus One strategy. Finally, the comparative study on demographic shift in Malaysia and Thailand reveal how population aging drives transition towards productivity enhancing automation and high value export. The second section confront external environmental and geopolitical risk threaten regional value change. The Green Industry Roadmap in Myanmar highlight the potential of climate smart agriculture and sustainable biomass energy. The climate vulnerability for the Philippines uncover a critical cell reinforcing feedback loop where physical water shocks disrupt contented economic manufacturing and euro export advantage. The quantitative simulation from Singapore illustrate the global value chain paradox under the tariff policy of the second Trump administration, proving that the deep integration amplifies the global demand shock even if direct trade tariffs are bypassed. Lastly, Vietnam Green Industrial Framework demonstrates how eco-industrial parks can serve as operational headquarters for regional supply chains. The overarching conclude that the forum that will twin green and digital transition is no longer merely an environmental goal, but a core baseline for ASEAN trade competitiveness. Deeper rule-based economic integration, regional standard harmonization, and cross-border digital alignment represent the regional strongest shield against external shocks, establishing pathway towards a highly collaborative and sustainable future. Friends and colleagues, as academic institution in ASEAN, I believe that our research collaboration today marks only the beginning of the much longer journeys together. As we bring this event to a close, I would like to invite all of us to reaffirm our commitment to continue this collaboration in the year ahead. Together, we can contribute to advanced trade and development in ASEAN towards a more sustainable future. On that purpose, share progress, prosperity, and well-being of the people across the ASEAN community. I sincerely hope that the partnership we have begun today will continue to grow stronger and lead to even more meaningful collaboration in the year ahead. Thank you for your valuable contribution and active participation. It's now my great pleasure to declare this forum officially closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vithmon Pankong, to summarize for all everything that happened for today. And I would like to sincere thank you for all everyone in terms of on behalf of the International Institute for Trade and Development or ITD. We'd like to say thank you for all distinguished guests, distinguished speaker, and the moderator from the ITD, and including all of you that joining us for today. And before we leave, today I would like to kindly ask everyone to complete the satisfaction form. I will show you the QR code for improve. This is a feedback form that can help us plan even better even in the future. So please complete this feedback form first. Thank you very much. And we hope that for the next time or the next year event, we will get collaborate from all of you once again too. Okay, for now, please fill the form and we will show this one for a while for everyone. I have to say thank you for 10 times for today because everyone shared your value time with us for how many hours? Since morning until now afternoon. Thank you so much, and we hope that all of the section give you some benefit and the idea to help this world. So for today, we have to say goodbye and have a great day. See you later. Thank you very much. Bye bye. สวัสดีค่ะ